Alrighty, here we go. Day 4 of the series here in sunny Jeju at the Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino. Just saw two extremely handsome gentlemen on your screen right there, Grant Gardner, myself, alongside the even more handsome, the even more intelligent, and the even more cool Jordan Bromley. And if you're just tuning in, ladies and gents, then welcome. This is day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller, and registration will remain open for the first 3 levels of today. And that's a serious flex right there. That gentleman donning one of the champion jackets that are exclusive to champions across certain events this series. And if this is your first time joining us here, then where have you been? What have you been doing? Because just yesterday we streamed the conclusion of your baby dragon. Massive congratulations to Chao Hu from China. Absolutely dominated that one. Took it down in fine fashion. An ICM deal was actually made heads up there against the previous Triton champion. And it was amazing to see Wang in action as well. He played awesome. ICM deal made heads up, and therefore Chao, the champion, taking home just shy of 79 million. And I have to say, it is a pleasure to be back here once again with you lovely guys and girls, calling the action here as we kick this one off for day 2. Blinds will restart at 4,000, 8,000. Big blind ante 8,000. And Jordan, how are you doing on this fine day? Hope you're doing well, sir.
I am doing quite well, and I have to be honest, you saying I'm even more than you in a lot of those regards. I can't say I agree, but I really appreciate the kind words. I hope you had a fantastic time streaming the final table yesterday. I'm sorry I couldn't join, but I'm here all day now. Got my cold bottle of water. I've had something to eat. I'm good to go. Feeling a little bit dusty, I will admit, but ready for a long day of action in this high roller.
And definitely no sympathy coming from my direction there, sir. You sit with that one and you face the consequences. Hope you enjoy those emotions, whether positive or negative. It's still a blessing to be able to feel them, as though one day that won't be possible. So we will enjoy the ride while it's here, as we see Mr. He Jin here, raising it up with the ace-10, monotone texture here. He doesn't have the 10 of hearts here, so I do think if we see a c-bet, it will be the end of this one. And indeed it is. And yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic ride yesterday. The roller coaster that was the Baby Dragon final table. Some aggressive plays, some interesting and exciting knockouts. And we did eventually crown ourselves a champion. And as we are on the topic of champions, shout out to Mr. Xiaohao Lin. He also took down the All In or Fold event just yesterday. And also massive congratulations to Dong Li, taking down the PLO Hyper Turbo. That gentleman, an absolute crusher. Not only did he just get 2 trophies at Poker Dreams 17 Malaysia, he actually was indeed the PD15 main event champion here in Jeju itself. So Dong Li, absolute crusher on a massive heater.
Feng Shuqi here with the ace-queen offsuit, kicking us up to 16,000. Sitting with a little bit over 1.1 million, so sitting very comfortable at this blind level. Lots of deep stack poker incoming. He Shidong going to put in the call with the 9-7 to a flop. Neither player connecting, but definitely a better flop for Feng with that Broadway straight draw. Looks like a c-bet and a very quick fold, as is probably expected when you have 9 high and a King Jack 6 board. Getting a look at the chip count, 148 big blinds is very, very comfortable. Yingwen Hao, our shorty, 20 big blinds. Registration still available in this one, Grant. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Jordan. You know your stuff, my friend. Registration still open for 3 more levels. And as you can see here, one of these players Hasn't even had the decency to return for day two yet. Clearly, he's got some bigger things going on his schedule because you do see the bag there left ripped open at the table so the dealer can indeed reach inside and take some chips, post the blinds on his behalf. Hopefully, he does make his way back soon, Mr. Peng Meswan.
Maybe he is running a little bit late due to winning the cocktail menu sit and go last night. Saturday night, obviously, a pretty big night. It's always a fun time from what I hear in Jeju. So maybe there are a few cloudy heads in there as well.
Absolutely. No time being displayed in the KTVs. It can become a maze, so to speak. You get lost in the sauce. Mr. Feng here. King 7 of spades. More than good enough to open this one up here for the min raise. And you can see these guys now receiving their party bans. So it looks like the party isn't over just yet. Going to have this one
Party's only
rolling
just
on
beginning.
through into the night time. Oh, indeed.
It looks like Yu Yun Chao has decided to 3-bet the King 8. I was definitely right when I said that the party is going to carry on. What a hand to 3-bet there, but takes the pot down.
Yeah, taking that offsuit king combination there from the big blind, turning it into a 3-bet bluff. I think most people there will be happy to defend king 8 offsuit, more than good enough to defend from the big blinds. And finally, hello there to the gentleman turning up fashionably late. And I have to say, if you are going to show up 10 minutes late, do show up fashionably. This gentleman here clearly didn't get the memo.
Now, we've heard fashionably late, but do you think it's possible to arrive unfashionably early?
Wow, completely new concept for me there. Give me a few seconds and moments to stir that one through there as my eyes get distracted once again by this beautiful champion's jacket here. This man flexing his guns there, donning the dragons, one on either side. And what a life. What a time to be alive here. Not only is he wearing the champion's jacket, not only is he already here, day two of the Prestige High Roller, but he's got himself Ace King to go with it.
Looks like we've got a thought from the King Jack suited, though. We could see another 3-bet, and it looks like that is what's being reached for. Looks like a raise to 55,000. Going to fold around to the players in the blinds. Nobody wanting a piece, and I think he is going to be hearing some pretty bad news momentarily. These guys started with a little bit over 50 big blinds effective. Are we going to see a 4-bet to somewhere in the vicinity of 125,000, or are we just going to see the all-in from the Ace King? No. It appears that I've got it wrong once again. Just the call made.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's surprised to see that at this point. But that's okay, Jordan.
No.
Nobody's perfect.
No, I have it wrong once again, as it was the 4-bet. I thought a calling chips were put in, but instead, no, the 4-bet is made to 155,000. As I have to apologize, guys. I will get there eventually. Bit of a slow start for me today.
And that's okay, my friend. Graphics team always testing us here as we do see the 5-bet jam from Kui Dong with King Jack of Diamonds here. Walks right into it.
Wow.
Snapped off there by Ning. And now Kui Dong way behind here. Tournament life at risk and needs help to stay alive.
Can he find the help? Or it's going to be a little bit more outs here. 7 now with the flush draw for the King Jack of Diamonds. 5 of spades on the turn, no help. 7 outs one time on the river. Will he get there? He will not. And he will be hitting the payout desk. Or should I say the re-entry desk, maybe?
Yeah, and gotta love it there. Wears his heart on his sleeve, but you know what they say: live by the sword, die by the sword. And the five bet jam there, very speculative with the king jack suited. Perhaps knows his opponent there and gives Su Ning some potential bluffs in his range that could be four bet folding. A lot of dead money out there if that was the case. But unfortunately, this time, timing slightly off there, and it will be showers and the re entry desk indeed.
Some blind on blind action here. A limp from the 9-7 of diamonds, but the 9-4 kicking it up. Very quick fold from 9-7 in response. No post flop hand here. Six players at this table, but a field of 67. So I think we will have some people joining us soon. Jack 10 suited for Peng Mengdian. One of the prettiest hands ever created. And he seems to agree. Decides to put in the raise. He-Shin. King Queen going to 3-bet. A very, very aggressive table today, Grant. I love to see it. These guys not afraid to let the chips fly.
Indeed, we've had a little spicy start to this afternoon session. Plenty of three bets here, not exactly premium holdings. That being said, though, King Queen offsuit in position, it is more than good enough to throw into your three bet bluffing range. And it will get the job done here, as we saw. It was indeed the best hand this time. Peng there, not wanting to play the Jack 10 suited, out of position in a bloated pot there. So nicely timed three bets for the King Queen. Nice little pickup there. See the chip counts on the screen right now. Blinds 4,000, 8,000, big blind ante 8,000. This is day two of your Prestige High Roller. And once again, we do have a Champions Jacket awaiting the lucky player that will be taking this one down later this evening. Myself, Greg Gardner, calling the action all the way till the end of the series. We're going to wrap this one up on the 10th of May. Calling this one alongside Jordan Bromley. And what a nice surprise to actually assume that I wouldn't be alongside Jordan today. But here he is in the flesh, joining me in the booth.
Yeah, I got to keep you guessing. Had to shuffle a few things around, but happy to be here. I'm sure my indoor football team will be able to get the win without an absolute useless winger out there. So they're probably going to be happy that I'm not there. As again, another 3-bet from a hand that I wouldn't have expected to be 3-betting. Pocket sevens, 3-betting against an under the gun open. This is awesome to watch. What is the ace jack going to do in response? 1.1 million is a lot of chips to have, and we'll see if Su Ning is going to put them to use or if it's going to get out of the way. Reminder of the chip denominations here. Those blue chips, I believe, are worth 25,000 each. Those greens are worth 1K. Brown chips are worth 5,000. So lots of different colored chips around today. And I love how bright the chips are. Definitely standing out on the camera against the red felt. And I wonder if we're going to have anybody here today that's going to be contesting for the brightest jumper of the series.
Yeah, it does seem like pretty slow start in that sense today. No one here even contesting to make it into the top 10. Although, who can disrespect and downplay the champion jacket? Not so colourful, but still extremely stylish and exclusive. And we do have interesting spot here for Meng Dian. Looks down at the snowmen in the small blind here with the effective stacks. I would expect him to just flick in the call here. Try and invite the big blind along for the party and perhaps flop a set. And Zhu Ning will oblige here, so we have some three-way action to this flop. You can see an 8 and a couple of diamonds here. We are going to have some fireworks. No 8 out there, but still pretty nice flop to see for the pocket 8s. All undercards rolling off here. 7-5-5 rainbow.
Yeah, not going to be too unhappy with a flop like that. It's the King 9 that's doing the betting, however. Pocket 8's going to slide in the call to a turn card, which is the deuce of spades. The jack of clubs on the river and 8s with the check mark. And these guys are going to show it down. King 9 not choosing to bluff the river. Over to Peng Mendian on the button. The Jack 6 suited. Looks like we have a raise incoming, and in it goes. 16,000. Zhu Ning just getting rid of the 10-7 in the small blind. Yun Chao, King Queen suited. A hand that he could maybe choose to increase the wager with, but just decides to call, and that is a good first card to see. Ace King Deuce helps him maintain his lead. Always a little bit awkward on an ace high board with a king, but don't think you can be folding too many flop bets. And 15,000 is going to be a very easy one to contend with. Puts in the call. And another king is going to make life even better. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has nothing but air, just jack high. But what is this, Grant? The raise comes out to 60,000.
Yeah, I have no idea how to answer that question, Jordan. I don't know what this is. I would love to see into the mind of Peng Meng Dian right now, because I love the creativity, but unfortunately for him, timing here is way off. Yun Chao here. One of the best turns in the deck for his hand. We'll make the call, so we go to the river, and now Meng Dian does actually spike a 6 on the river, but given the action on the turn, surely he knows Jack 6 can never be good here. So does he want to continue trying to tell the story here? But pretty sure this time around it wouldn't be working out in his favor. Cannot see King Queen check folding here, but instead we're going to see King Queen lead out on the river here.
Yeah, the Jack 6 trying to tell a story on the turn, but it's turning into a bit of a nightmare for him. And he will just fold against this river lead.
Yeah, I would have much preferred to see the King Queen just check that one over there. Given the action on the turn, Meng Dian seemed like he was happy to keep putting more chips in the pot. But still, 25k lead there. End of that one, gets the job done. 66 players remaining right now, but registration not yet closed. Will remain open till the end of level 14. And of course, tension building for the super high roller coming in a few days' time. Once again, we'll have the live stream for that one. Same place, same beautiful faces, bringing you the action, myself and Jordan, as we see Feng Kushi here, opening things up from under the gun, 16,000 with the King Queen offsuit. And yeah, absolute rags here for He-Shin. Not looking to defend the 6 deuce off there, especially when out of position and being covered by your opponent. And we are fortunate enough there to be blessed with the presence of Vinton Wong once more. Beautiful smile, brightening up my day. Also, surely brightening up the day of all these players here at the feature table. Always nice when you have a dealer that runs the game professionally, allows the players to sit back, relax, have full faith in the dealer, that the game and the integrity is running smoothly.
Yuan Chao on the button, the 9-7. Feng puts in the call with Queen 10. The flop, a queen and a 9. Both of these guys improving to a pair, but Feng out in front. Top pair and a gut shot. Check, check on the flop. The 6 adds some more outs to Yuan Chao, picking up an open-ended straight draw. Looks like Feng has decided to lead the turn after the flop went check, check. Very easy decision for you. Puts in the call to the river now. And the 5 does complete that straight. Yuan Chao arriving to the river with the best hand. And Feng not going to be slowing down, it seems. Wonder what is going through the mind of Yuan Chao here. What size? No, just a call. Queen 10's going to get turned over, and the 7 is going to take a nice pot down. But can't help but think that maybe we could have built the pot up a little bit there on the river, potentially trying to get paid by 2 pairs. But instead, just flicks in the call, happy to take that river bet away. Getting a look at the Prestige High Roller trophy there. The Dragon is going to be going home with somebody. Registration still open. The numbers ticking up in the top right, up to 112 now. Still plenty to play for. Still plenty of hours to go in this one as well. So get comfortable. We're in this one for the long run. And Peng Mentian's having a great day so far. Ace King suited is making it even better. $16,000 the wager. Nobody interested. Falling around to Ying Wen Hao, who with Queen 10 I think will want to come along for the ride, but only starting this one with around 16 big blinds, has to be a little bit nervous about the under the guns raising range. I think Queen 10 is a little bit too good to be folding, and he does put in the call. 44K in the middle. That's a bit of a helpful one for Ying, flopping top pair. But Peng deciding just to check back and turning the king of clubs as the percentages have drastically flipped. Ying no longer with the best hand, but adding a few potential outs to improve and once again overtake the lead. Middle pair with a gut shot. Feels as though he probably needs to come along for the 25K that's been wagered. Definitely not a turn he's going to like when the flop checks back. His opponent's going to have a number of kings that would have checked the flop. But for this amount, you have to call and hope that you improve. Unfortunately for him, the river does not change it. 7 of hearts, a brick. In goes another bet from the man with the best hand. And Ying Wen Hao is in a bit of a gross spot. And I think he's going to realize that when the flop checks back, it's pretty unlikely that his opponent is probably just going to be bluffing for the turn and river. King is definitely a card he could choose to do that for, but looks like he's going to use a time bank. Get a little bit more time to think this one through. A hand like Ace King or King Jack, King 10 all makes sense. So the call is going to go in, and Ace King shows the winner. Ying slipping down to 33k, a touch over 4 big blinds. Definitely not what he had in mind. Oh, Yu Yun Chao's turn with the Ace King of Hearts. Just passing it around the table now. Another very aggressive 3-bet. This time the Jack 9 offsuit, is that right? Wow, he takes it to 48,000. These guys really not messing around.
Or maybe they are. Jack 9 offsuit here. Seems on the wider side of things, but nevertheless, Feng here coming with the aggressive line. And now action back on Yun Chao here. Ace King suited. Started the hand with around about 55 big blinds. How does he want to proceed here? And does appear to have clicked it back now. If I'm not mistaken, those blue chips, 25,000 apiece. The 4-bet here, 116k. And now, Feng, hand caught in the cookie jar. Does he want to continue this insane aggression here?
Wow. That was not what I was expecting to see as he puts in the call. Ace King looking pretty good here against the Jack 9. Even better on a King 8 deuce flop. It's like a very quick bet goes in, 50,000. 2 of those are blue chips. Feng not yet snap folding. What is happening? Another king.
This is absolutely wild, Jordan. King on the turn does give the check mark to Yun Chao, but Feng here floating one off in position. If Yun Chao can find a cheeky check here on the turn, it will be so interesting to see if Feng has a plan. SPR now 0.8 or in that region thereabouts. But Yun Chao not slowing down here. Comes with the double barrel. Jordan,
I
help
mean,
me.
is there something? Is potentially there a graphic error going on here? Does this man have pocket jacks, maybe? But the Jack 9 offsuit floating for 2 after calling a 4-bet. What on earth? 185k from Yu Yun Chao, leaving himself just 28 behind. And the fold is made.
Yeah, pretty wild events there. Seeing the Jack 9 3-bet, that was already a little bit out there, but then calling the 4-bet, floating twice on the king high board. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what Feng's plan actually was there because he was just faced with another streak of aggression on the river. And when your opponent only has 25,000 chips behind in the pot north of 600k, not exactly a spot that you want to be jamming in. So we did see Jack 9 there put in a lot of money, and unfortunately for Feng, none of it returned in his direction. But perhaps he can turn things around here with the Ace-Jack offsuit in the cutoff, opening things up here. Coming in for the raise, 16,000. Mr. Ying here just sat down at the table. Will commit his last 29,000, holding the K9. Woof woof indeed, because Meng Dian right behind him here. Ace-10 offsuit and facing this jam. 5 big blinds. Or even less than that. Less than 4 bigs, sorry. Meng Dian here knows that Ace-10 is doing pretty well against this range, so he will come with the little isolation click here. 4-betting this one up to 60,000. And we know Feng.
We've seen
Yeah,
we've seen
he
what
likes
he's
his
capable
jacket.
of with Jack 9. What are we going to see here from Ace Jack? This is a considerable improvement. Peng and he are over 800,000 chips deep. I don't think we're going to be seeing a fold. No, the call is made, so Ying actually in pretty good shape to potentially find a triple up. Just needs to improve on the flop. Not too stressed about it, getting a drink. Queen 7-3, not helpful. Looks like Peng is going to do some betting here. 40,000.
Wow,
Feng
very
wants none of
interesting
it.
here. Feng trying to play for this little side pot here. Comes with the raise. The Ace-Jack does have some nice blocking properties wrapping around the Queen. Meng Dian here. Doesn't seem like he wants to give this one up right now. We've had some crazy action thus far on this feature table. Some very creative and unconventional poker being played here. And we will see Meng Dian release the ace-10 there. Good news for him. He'll get to see what his opponents are messing around with. And ace-jack, still the best hand now. Ying needs to find some help on the turn or river to stay alive. And anyone out there, if you can't swim, if you ever find yourself drowning, just grab a hold of Mr. Feng QG here, because my man is always floating. And 6 of clubs there. Pairing the board on the river, ace-jack still good. Ace-high holding up there, we say GG to the gentleman with the K9. But don't forget, registration not closed in this one. Remains open till the end of level 14 in the Prestige High Roller. So the dream doesn't have to die just yet for that gentleman. Get back in the mixer. Hope to see you on the final table later today, sir. And we know this gentleman likes to get involved. So when we see him dealt a premium, such as ace-king offsuit here, you know what's happening. It's time to dance. And the min raise, once again, is made here by QG. And now Zhu Ning jacking off in the small blind. You know he's ready to party as well. Flicks in the 12k. And that will perhaps now invite Quing to join the party here. But no. Welcome to the table, sir. Squeezing it up with the 5-4 of diamonds. I think the timing here slightly off. Feng going nowhere with the ace-king. Nice little move there from the 5-4. Potentially would have worked out had Feng not been holding a monster. And with the effective stacks now, Feng here, 2 options on the table, can call here, and then you get to play in position against 1 or potentially 2 opponents if Ning comes along and joins the party. Or you can also click this one back here, commit yourself against Mr. Yang Q should he want to 5-bet jam. And it does look like QG will go for the latter option here, clicking this one back towards Yang Q. 300,000, very big sizing here, so yeah. Asking for the rest of Yang Q's chips here, and yeah, of course, 5 high. Not going to be good enough there to call off. So nice little try from Yang Q there with the squeeze. Tried to take down some of the dead money, but Feng slamming the hammer down with the ace-king there. Standing for no nonsense.
Yeah, we love a nice and small 4-bet. 300k is neither of those things. Takes the pot down though. Field at 114 entries, 66 remaining. Those are some very unique looking headphones. Is that some kind of bone conduction thing going on there?
And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that is a neck cooling fan.
Oh.
So I do believe we have some air jets on the side of there. So no music coming out. Only the finest quality purified air. Cooling down the neck helps to keep one nice and calm and collected at the poker table when the pressure and the heat is rising. And we are going to see more button clicking here.
Yeah, these guys love their 3-bets. This is amazing.
These guys certainly coming from the online streets. Every hand so far, 3-bet, 4-bet. Love to see it. Mr. Yun Chao there was thinking about doing something spicy perhaps. And Feng, yeah, why not? If you open up the 9-4 of hearts, you're now getting almost 4-1 on a call when facing the 3-bet. Why not? Flicks it in, but unfortunately for him, completely whiffing here. And yet Ning does recognize that this board, not a good one for pocket 8s, but still a good one for his range. So therefore, he does fire out a C-bet, and that's good enough to take that one down. And Jordan, as someone with no social life, never making it out of my own confines, I'd like to know what you got up to last night. What does one do when they socialize and head out with other human beings?
Well, I was catching up with some friends that I hadn't seen for quite a while. One of my close friends was up from Sydney. We went out and we had a few butter beers, enjoyed some fun music, a little bit of dancing, and got home a little bit later than I would have hoped, but if you do the crime, sometimes you have to pay for it. So woke up feeling a bit worse for wear, but nothing a coffee and some food and some water won't fix.
Oh yes, plenty of water, plenty of coffee needed. And Mr. Yang Q here, he's going to need some more money in his pocket pretty soon if he wants to rebuy this tournament, because bad timing here for the reshove. Ace-10 of spades way behind against the pocket aces of Ning. Potentially a butter beer needed for Mr. Yang Q here to forget about this one. Not over yet though. Although on the 6-6-3, 2 diamonds, yeah. We're definitely heading there, and Jack of Hearts seals the fate of Yang Q here. King of Clubs on the river, just a formality to secure this one. So GG showers. But as I said, registration still open in this one. The dream doesn't have to die just yet. And I do believe that is Mr. James Peng Mendoza joining us here at the feature table. One of the Philippines' finest, absolute boss, plays amazingly well. Just had a nice run in the Superstar Challenge at Asian Poker Tour Taipei, 25k USD buy-in. I do believe Mendoza made the final table into the money there. So expecting some great things from that handsome gentleman here, who blesses us with his presence. So we will get the graphics updated for you ladies and gents as soon as possible. But for now, I'm going to have some blind on blind action. And Feng here, when facing the raise, lively blind, 3x sizing. 2 options here with the ace-4, folding not one of them. Pretty good combination to turn into a 3-bet there. Can perhaps get some better combinations of ace-high to fold. But instead, we'll elect to call here, has position to work with as well. And flopping nice on the ace-jack-8 is Feng here. And He Shin also catching a piece there. Happy to see bet his bottom pair. So we will see this one go bet and a call. And off to the turn card we go. King of Clubs. Changes nothing here, but a good card, perhaps, for Heejin to represent here. If he was going to continue at this point, he could be targeting a hand such as Jack X to fold. And Heejin will slow down here on the turn, presumably trying to get to showdown with his bottom pair. 9 of diamonds on the river. Doesn't change anything. The ace-4 still good for now. Does Heejin feel as though he needs to bluff this one? The 9 on the river would improve some hands such as 9-10. So now bottom pair. Very, very hard to win if we check here. And yeah, Heejin realizes that and turns his bottom pair into a bluff here, betting around 80% pots. And I think blind v blind, given the size of the pot and the action, just got to snap this one off here. If your opponent somehow has ace-10 or better, so be it. Pay that man his money. We have seen some unconventional plays from Feng. So we're not going to jump the gun with what he's thinking here. Yeah, very interesting. Does elect to fold the ace-4 there. And one has to wonder, blind v blind in a single raise pot. Especially when the action was check, check, turn there. Could the ace-4 potentially be splitting the pot with another ace-x holding? So yeah, I do think that fold on the river there, a little bit too weak. Can't be folding top pair too often there in that blind v blind situation. And when he was thinking on the river, as I said, I wasn't sure what decision he was going to come to. Seen unconventional plays from that gentleman. Potentially even a value raise on the river there wouldn't have been too out of the question.
Over to Heejin. King 9 offsuit on the button. Blinds have ticked up to 5k, 10k. Feng again really does not like calling. 3-bet to 63,000. Fresh face in the big blind.
Yeah, Mendoza finding the spot. Let's go, sir. Welcome to the table. And as I stated previously, Mendoza, no stranger to this game. Understanding the dynamics very well here. Knowing full well the small blind can have a wide 3-betting range against that late position open from the button. So ace-10 here, blocking top of the range, has that ace that will deny Feng having some combinations such as aces, ace-king, ace-queen that the ace-10 could be trailing to here. But yeah, as we can see, this time not the case. The ace-10 makes an amazing value jam essentially here. And if Feng thinks this price to be too expensive, this will be a lovely pickup here for Mendoza, uncontested. And Mendoza presumably just flew in today. Max late regging this one because this gentleman was in Taipei just a few days ago. And yes, nicely timing there with that 4-bet jam with the ace-10. As I said, lovely pickup there for Mendoza, uncontested.
Nine four deuce. Queen high. Not the best hand here. Feng flopping a gut shot. And given how he's played so far, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Queen 10 to try and win this one. Very quick bet of 28,000 from Feng. Wow, in goes a check raise. How about making it 90K? What is Feng going to do here? Puts in the call. Six of hearts, changing nothing. Should he choose to jam, I think it might work. But no, gives it up. Feng is going to pounce on this very, very quickly with an all-in of his own. A very quick fold from Queen 10. James opening 8-4 suited. Xu Ning going to put in the call.
Yeah, and interesting that Zhu Ning there defending the 69. Jordan, just want to know what your experience is with this hand.
Slim to none.
You poor soul. As we see Mendoza here, flopping middle pair with a backdoor flush draw. Giving him enough confidence here to fire out a c-bet, but Zhu Ning here. Interesting float. Very interesting turn as well. Picks up a gutter now. Pretty nice card for the big blind range. But we don't see a lead. We will check once more to Mendoza. Mendoza happy to knuckle this one back. Trying to get to showdown here. King of Diamonds on the river. Pretty interesting overcard here. So how will this change the tendency of Ning leading this river? Typically a card that will hit the dealer button range a little bit more than the big blind here, especially as played. But Ning goes with the pot sizing here, realizing that after floating flop, when he arrives to this river here, he doesn't have too many bluffs. You can see Mendoza now staring down his man, trying to pick up something and not letting go of the pair of fours just yet. So does Mr. Mendoza smell a rat here? And you've got to give him credit even for thinking about this spot here. Even if he does end up folding, he is showcasing here why he's such an amazing player. Always taking time with decisions, and yeah, came close to calling it seemed, but wasn't able to get there. And who can blame him with just a pair of fours there? Nicely timed float and river bluff by Ning there.
As I must quickly touch on a comment in the YouTube chat from Akshay Kapoor saying, "Woohoo, look who's in the booth." I believe that must be a friend of yours, Grant.
Definitely not a friend of mine. Just a disclaimer, guys and girls, I'm not associated to that gentleman in any way, shape or form, Mr. Akshay Kapoor. But I have to say, one of the most handsome Indian men I've ever met in my life. Top legend. Happy birthday for yesterday, sir. Hope you had an amazing day. Thanks for tuning in and being here on this wonderful Red Dragon stream. We are living the dream. Day 2 of your Prestige High Roller. One of these lucky gents will be taking this bad boy down later today, receiving that Dragon Trophy and, of course, the champion jacket that my man Ning is rocking right there after winning your All In or Fold event yesterday.
Few hands here, Queen 10, King Jack and threes. I'm going to go three-way to a flop.
I was waiting for the flat tire reference there, Jordan. We did see the flat tire folded in the small blind from Ning.
I'll pick up my reference game soon, don't you worry. I'll get there eventually. It's going to take me a little bit of time to warm up into it.
That's okay, my friend. Nothing that 8 shots of caffeine, 8 shots of espresso can't help. Don't forget about the banana as well. For that potassium, supposedly good after one has been consuming alcohol. Not to say that you have, of course, because those butter beers, 0% alcohol. And Mr. Yang Chen. Reading his name does actually make me chuckle because Yang Chen in the Thai language actually means for example. So in a sentence, you might say Yang Chen and then follow that up with your point. So it gives me a little chuckle there when I read his name on screen. Good luck to you, sir, Mr. Yang Chen. Hope you'll be an example of an amazing champion later today.
Peng firing a second shell here. Queen 10 under a bit of pressure. And going to let it go.
Yeah, Mr. Peng Meng Dian, he has been mixing it up here and nicely timed double barrel there, realizing that ace does smash his range and the pocket threes surely can't be good on that board, so turning them into a bluff in epic style. And Jordan, I'd just like to take this time to shout out my wonderful business partner, Il Zolt, who did actually drop by stream yesterday and bless us with a nice little comment. And seemingly that comment brought her some run good. Congratulations for your third place finish in the ladies event at the Malta Poker Festival, cashing for 4 figures there. Potentially biggest score of her career so far. So yeah, once again, shout out to the queen of the subconscious, the master of the mindset herself, Mrs. Il Zolt, making waves out in Malta. And if you guys and girls are interested to undergo some private hypnosis sessions with her, especially as we lead up towards the summer WSOP lurking in the near future, if you want to prime your mindset, then of course Ills is the person to go to. Look no further. As we see Mr. Jams Mendoza, it appears here. We're missing an E there from the screen, but okay, we'll roll with it. Locking horns with Zuning once again here. Zuning cold calling pocket fours on the button. One of his outs folded there in the big blind. Heads up to the flop we go.
If the way he's played so far is any indication, maybe Jams Mendoza is right. King 9-3. Gut shot for Mr. Mendoza, but Zuning still in front right now with pocket fours. A bet and a quick call. Two's changing nothing. And don't worry, guys, we will get onto the production team about adding that E back into James's name. So the fours are going to get folded, facing a further street of aggression. Ace 10 for Feng. Oh, but over to Zhu. 14 big blinds and the pocket 8s in the small blind. This could be a good luck moment. And there it goes. What is Yu Yun Chao going to do facing an open and a jam time bank for starters? Definitely going to be a little bit worried about Feng behind, but he also may think that Feng is going to be opening a few too many hands. He's got 65 big blinds himself. Looks like just the fold. It's going to get back over to Feng, who I have a bit of a laugh about it. And here goes the call. Cards will be on their back. So he's going to have to fade 6 outs. That is safe for now. Needing to dodge only 5 cards. Improves instead to a full house. Mission successful. Field swelling up to 124 players now. 66 of them still remaining. Late registrations still available, I believe. Feng again back to work. Jack 9 suited.
All right, time for a serious question, Jordan. Who is your favorite Harry Potter character?
I think
take
it's
your time
probably
with this one
going to
because it
have to
is
be.
extremely, extremely serious and important question. So please take your time. Don't rush your answer, my friend.
I can answer very quickly. This is a question that I've thought of many times before, and the answer is a very easy one, and that is Rubius Hagrid.
Wow, 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 wow. What a choice, sir. Fine taste indeed. Broken? There's no bones left. As we see Mr. Feng Q Kui here. King 10 offsuit in the big blind. Surely he'll defend this one for 10 Gs more. Indeed he will. So heads up to the flop Aruni we go. And 9-6 deuce here. Halbo middle pair. Nothing to shout about here for Feng. Will Halbo decide to c-bet this one for value and protection? No, he will come with the check back here. 4 of hearts rolling off on the turn. So pretty nice spot here for Halbo to just call down now after deciding to check back the flop. Under-repped his hand. Many draws here. The a6 is way ahead of. So can't fold to one bet just yet. Yeah, we'll flick in the call here. Heading to the river. Only 6 outs here. We'll give the check mark to Feng. Deuce of hearts, not one of them. Backdoor hearts do materialize, and Feng does have the king of hearts. So will this gentleman now decide to continue the story here and fire another barrel on the river? He is indeed reaching. Loads up the clip and fires it off.
It seems to be yes, and snap call from Zhu. Not wasting anybody's time, immediately putting the chips in and making the call.
And Hagrid, also one of my favorites. Absolutely love Hagrid and Harry. And I like the fact that he's got the open palm carry. Heads to Nocturne Alley, wearing no bally. As we see Mr. Mendoza here. Choosing to isolate the ace-5 offsuit versus that complete from Feng in the small blind.
Flat tie being put to work here. Feng really not messing about at this table. Wonder if James can figure this one out. Will it be fold? Or will it be jams, Mendoza? It's going to be jams. Really recognizing exactly where Feng is getting out of line. Finds the jam and the Jack 4 goes away.
Ooh, the
Well
flat
played,
tire
sir.
there. Getting binned. Well played indeed. James Mendoza there. Showing us he came to party here. Got a few tricks up his sleeve. And firing them off here. An arsenal full of moves. And yeah, quickly navigating his stack up to over 500k there. Only been at this feature table for less than an orbit.
On the topic of Arsenal, I must say, it was fantastic to see Aston Villa get the win yesterday. Last night, my time.
Absolutely. Best team in the world, my friend.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I'm glad they won.
Yeah, best team in my world, of course. That's the beauty of being a human being who's so good at deluding ourselves, creating our own realities, and then believing them. I am an expert at that, my friend. He
Shins taking a turn 3 betting. 58,000 with the 8-6 suited. How is Yu Yun Chao going to respond? Looks like with a fold. Raise from jams. 7-3 suited. Ooh, Yang Chen. A very pretty hand. Jack 10 suited. Doesn't decide to jam. Instead just calls, and well, that's a pretty nice flop for the 7-3 suited. A double gut shot. Yang Chen, couple of overs. Lots of backdoors. Knuckles it over to James. James just going to check as well. Zoo's changing nothing on the turn. Delay bet from James is going to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely loving that delayed c-bet there, realizing that that board smashes the big blind's defending range. So waited one more street there. That allowed Mendoza to see what his opponent wanted to do on the turn, and when faced with another check, felt like he then had a green light to go for the delayed c-bet. Worked out beautifully. Nice timing there. Very, very impressed so far with Mendoza, and unsurprisingly so. This gentleman seems to be going deep in every tournament he plays. Zhu Ning here. King 9 of spades on the button. Quite a powerhouse when the action falls to you. Interesting to see Yang Chen there, just passing up Queen 9 of diamonds from the small blind. Starts the hand with around about 17 big blinds. Definitely could have seen a potential reshove there, requesting the triangle against that wide open range from the button. Lots of fold equity and dead money to be stolen. But instead, How Bao will defend the 8-3 of hearts here, so heads up to the flop. We are going to go 10-9-8 apiece for both players here. Ning flopping best though.
Yeah, middle pair for Ning. Shu checking it over. Check, check it goes. King of Hearts on the turn, making it even more confirmed that Ning has the best hand. A bet and a quick fold from the pair of eights. $114 big blinds for Zhu Ning. Fang slipping down a little bit to 61 bigs. Yang Chen, our shorty, just 15 big blinds. As we march onwards in this prestige high roller. Looks like a call is made. And the check back from you.
And a very, very interesting texture here. 10-7-4-2 hearts. How Bao flopping middle pair with the backdoor flush draw. Yun Chao smashing this one here. Top two pair. How Bao will check things over to Yun Chao, who comes with the min bet here. 1/3 pot sizing. Presumably never wants his opponent to fold here. So doesn't want to bet too big and scare away Mr. Zhu. And Mr. Zhu will check call here. Jack of clubs. Not exactly the most interesting card in terms of action. Doesn't improve Haobo. And most of the time here would slow down Yun Chao. However, when holding 10-7 here, don't have to be too worried about that Jack. Okay, it does complete the straight of 8-9, but still plenty of hands that your opponent can call with here that 10-7 is way ahead of. Sizing up this time on the turn is Yun Chao. And Haobo, completely undeterred here, flicks in the call. 7 on the river would be a disaster. But instead, King of Hearts now. Again, another overcard. Completes the front door flush. Things getting scarier and scarier for Haobo. So, expecting to check this one over. And if Yun Chao can find a value bet here, not even sure if it will be called by Haobo at this point as a pure bluff catcher. And yeah, Yun Chao realizing, given the action, not many flush combinations out there, therefore 10-7 here. Easy value bet for Yun Chao. Really like the way this gentleman has played the hand, especially the sizings here on the river, betting 110 into 160. And it does look like a little bit too much heat here for Haobo to contain and hold on to his A7. Does let it go. Still a very nice pickup there for Yun Chao.
This field continuing to swell, 127 entries now. Roughly half of those have been eliminated. Heishin getting a walk with the 10-7. The power of the neck fan. Getting a look at the trophy and the chip counts at the moment. Xu Ning currently our table captain. 1.4 million chips, good for 114 big blinds. Yang Chen needing the most help right now. Just 15 blinds. Still plenty of time though. Plenty of opportunities to spin that up.
And
Ooh,
very
Hishin setting
interesting
the
here.
trap.
We did see, yeah, Shin here limping in the aces from the small blind. Unfortunately, met with the check back from Feng here. But on this board, 6-5-4, one heart. Feng does pick up some equity now. So finally, Shin getting what he wanted here, inducing a bet from his opponent. But pretty scary board here for aces. Not when the ace of diamonds rolls off on the turn, though.
Going to try and get some value from all of those hands that are connect with the. Oh my goodness, excuse me. That are connecting with this board from the big blind in this limp pot. All of the offsuit combos are going to be there, so sized accordingly. 30k, 120 in the middle now. Needs to dodge a 3 instead. Fills up.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to see a river check here from Shin. If your opponent somehow does have a backdoor flush or a 6 in their hand, they're going to bet this river anyway. So by checking, not only do you still get value from those strong hands, but you then also allow Mr. Jin to bluff those missed straight draws. Comes with a small sizing, 1/4 pot here. Perhaps thinking similar things in the fact that if Mr. Feng does have a 6 or flush, he'll be raising versus size anyway. So potentially a bet here to induce a raise out of Feng. And it is going to work absolutely perfectly here for Shin. Limp the aces pre-flop. And his line post-flop here is probably going to get him paid the absolute maximum. A little bit of pondering and posturing here, and I'm pretty sure very soon we're going to see Shin send it all across the line.
Yeah, this is one of the best case scenarios for the aces. Going to burn a time bank. Try and make this look as believable as possible before ripping the remainder. And in most of them go. And a bit of face saving from Feng before letting it go. Fours and a6. Fours hold the lead on the king 5-3. A bet of 25 and a call. Interesting turn. Open ender now for James. Hishin picking up a gut shot, but only one out remaining. Check, check. Queen of Hearts, maybe a river card that Hishin could choose to bluff. As James checks it over. Queen is such an enticing card to go for it on, but he decides to wave the flag. He's going to see that his opponent had 4s, and he's a little bit annoyed, it looks like. The river bluff probably would have worked. King 10 suited, raised to 22k, which doesn't seem legal. I'm sure it's actually 24k. So here it is adjusted. Fang, the 9-4 of diamonds on the button. My man doesn't want to fold anything. And that is a big flop for Su. 2 overs in the second nut flush draw. Not the best hand, though. Feng improving to a pair of 4s. Check raise comes out. And the call from Feng. 258k out there. And that flush does complete, so Su improves to the best hand. Now, earlier when he was bluffing with a flop check raise with Queen 10 against Feng, he actually checked the turn, which got Feng to put the remaining chips in with ace high as a bluff. I think this would be a great opportunity to check once more. Now it looks like he's just going to jam. And unfortunately for him, with that, he loses a customer.
The Yang Chen here. Is this his moment? And yes, indeed it is. And I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Mr. Feng Kui snapping this one off here with a 7-8 offsuit. Not going to be messed around with is Mr. Feng here. Jack 10-4, all spades, neither player holding a spade. 10 of hearts pairing the board. And 3 of spades there, nice and clean for the ace-queen. So Feng Kui here, showing that once he raises, he's not willing to give up and wave the white flag so easily. Snapped off the 13 big blind rejam there with 7-8 offsuit.
And just like that, Feng has gone from being the chip leader at this table at one point to now being the short stack. To 130 entries now.
And Haubo will elect to defend the King 7 here. 8-7-6 rainbow. Middle pair for Haubo. Zuning flopping at open ender. And interestingly, we did see James Mendoza just fold the Queen 9 off there in the cutoff. Potentially 1 pip too weak there. Queen 10 offsuit, surely good enough for a raise in the cutoff, but perhaps Mendoza, fearing the bigger stack to his direct left, Zhu Ning has been pretty aggressive so far. As we do see a lead here from the big blind. He of clubs pairing the board. Haubo surely only feels more confident about his 7 now after this 8 rolling off here, making it much less likely that his opponent Zhu Ning is holding one. We'll slow down on the turn now with a check. Does Zhu Ning here want to take a free card, try and get there? Or will he start betting now? Currently has 9 high, no showdown value, but will realize his equity. King of Hearts on the river, amazing card here for Haubo. Question is, how do we get paid?
It's going to be very difficult to get paid, but he is going to check it over and hope that Zhu Ning pulls the trigger on a bluff. There have been 1 or 2 occasions where Zhu has just checked back in spots where potentially a bluff was almost mandatory, so have to see if he decides to go for it this time. Time bank used. In goes a bet of 75k. And a very quick call. Last pot going Sue's way. Ace king for Feng, just going to rip it in. Fewer than 20 blinds. Yun Xiao not going to put in any more biscuits. So he's just going to get that jam through. Feng jamming back-to-back hands. Both times waking up with some premium holdings. See if anybody wants a piece. Some interest from the ace-6, but it gets let go. Shu Haobao opening Jack 9. As Feng is just going to rip in Jack 2 soft suit against him. Really zero fear with this guy. It is awesome to watch. The human highlight reel right now. Clawed himself back up at 26 bigs. Yang with the king 10. Maybe a little bit hesitant to open this hand given how wild Feng is going. Yeah, just let it go. Can't blame him. Feng jamming in the small blind again. And the call goes in from King Queen. Feng gonna have to try and improve. It's pretty, but looking pretty bad. The 8-5 turning some equity. River. Oh my goodness. Never say never. Classy from James, all smiles.
And Jordan, just rejoining you in the booth here. Seems like I missed some action there. Please fill me in.
Oh, you most certainly did. It was quite a sight to behold, to be honest. Feng finding the rip for 26 big blinds with 8-5 offsuit. James calling off King Queen. The flop Queen Jack Deuce. And it goes running 8-5 for Feng to find the double up. Poker is amazing.
Oh my goodness. Mr. Feng here. Maybe my new favorite player, I have to say. And yeah, James Mendoza. Pure class. As always, sir, taking that one in his stride. Still has some chips behind to work with there, so expect Mendoza to rebuild, regroup, and give this one his best shot here. It's not over yet. And registration still open for the remainder of this level as well. Break time coming up pretty soon, and after that break, registration will then be closed. We'll get a confirmation of how many runners in the field, and then we can confirm how many of those lucky ones will be making it into the money. Heejin here, opening things up with ace-jack of spades from the cutoff, and no customers for him. Raise and take it.
Feng very comfortable once more. Back up to what looks to be almost 700k. As we'll let you guys know that shortly we are going to be heading on a break. I believe it's going to be around 20 minutes. We're going to have a fresh lineup of faces, so we're not going to see any more of this insane action from Feng in seat 1, but I am sure he will be back later on in the event.
Oh, I certainly hope so. My favorite player, Feng Q Kui. And once again, back in the saddle here. Cold calling with a 10-9 offsuit. No respect for that range of the under the gun. And Zhu Ning here wants to come along as well. Cold calling 10-7 of clubs on the button. Halbo here. Got the weak connectors. 5-4 offsuit, but getting a great price out of the big blind here. Yeah, it feels as though his hand probably not clashing with the range of his opponent, so can call here. Try and flop something low, but huge. Does flop a gutter on ace, queen, deuce. Top pair here for Yun Chao, your pre-flop aggressor. So if we see Yun Chao c-bet this one, perhaps the hand is over here and now. Indeed, we do see a little c-bet there from Mr. Yun Chao. You can see the other players there eager to go on their break, but perhaps we still have one more hand to go after this one, depending how long Haobo takes to make his decision here. What is he considering with this gut shot? And he's going to go for it here. Coming with the check raise, realizing that the 5 high, no showdown value, but he does have that gut shot to the wheel. Feels as though his hand is too strong to fold, so he will check raise. And it's not a typical board that you see getting check raised from the big blind here, especially against Under the Gun. Under the Gun has all the aces, the pocket queens, the ace king, the big blind can't have in their range, but it doesn't matter. Check raise gets through. So we will go on a short 20-minute break here. Come straight back, guys, as we continue. It's day 2 of your Prestige High Roller. Let's go. Alrighty, here we go. Resuming this coverage here of your Prestige High Roller Day 2. And straight away, we are blessed here on the screen with the presence of Tom Henricus here, opening up the Ace-Queen offsuit. Comes in for the min-raise to 30k, and Mr. Jeremy Chan, one of Malaysia's finest. Max late reg in this tournament here, 20 big blinds, pocket nines, sending it across the line. Kai Jian Ting here, King Jack suited, nice hand, but not a nice situation presenting itself before him. Yeah, lets it go, sends it into the muck. So action will fold back around to Tom here, and very interesting decision. Yeah, asking his opponent here if it did indeed come with the starting stack, and he will flick it in here, makes the call. We're going to have a classic race. As you can see here, equities on the screen. Tom is a slight favourite due to the folded cards. This could be a quick exit here for Mr. Jeremy Chan. Ace in the window. Ace King 10, 2 diamonds. This is all Mr. Henricus. Jeremy here needs some help. Needs to find a 9 on the river, or it is showers for Mr. Chan. Ace of clubs there. Bit of overkill. GG, sir. Thanks for coming, but yeah, you're on your bike already after just one hand. Lovely start here to this feature table for Mr. Henricus. And I have to say, Mr. Henricus, absolute beast of a player. Last year, taking down 2 tournaments in the same series. APT Taipei, winning the Mystery Bounty and the mini main event. This year, yet to have himself a 6-figure score, but expecting huge things from this gentleman. Potentially right here in this one, or a bright summer ahead of him in Las Vegas as well. And I have to say, haven't seen him looking this handsome lately. Seems to be aging like a fine wine. And I'm starting to question my sexuality over here, Jordan, I have to say.
I've been questioning that ever since we started commentating together. No, I'm just kidding. But it's good to see Tom off to a fantastic start. And I'm glad that you started that hand off and I didn't. Otherwise, I would have absolutely butchered the pronunciation of his name. But now that I have a baseline, I know exactly what to call Mr. Henry. Kai Jian Ting, Ace 10 offsuit. Over to Ruan Jiayu, 6-4 suited, 660k, flicks in the call. Wait, hang on. Oh, my head is all over the place. It was actually a jam and a call off from 6-4 suited. What is happening? Queen Jack deuce, couple of clubs. I thought that was just a raise and a call from the big blind. Instead, Ace 10 needing to fade 5 outs on the river to find a double up. The Ace of Spades will seal it. 10 big blinds, 6-4 suited, no dramas. As going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable now. We're back up to a starting stack. Dai Hui, our shorty here, 280k.
And Jordan, what's on the menu for yourself today, sir? I want to know what you're drinking, what you're eating. How does one rehydrate themselves after a night out on the butter beers? And what fuel will you be putting into your engine today?
Well, plenty of water, mainly. I'm slowly getting my way through this coffee. I will admit it's going down a little bit rough, but I'm sure I'll get through that. That'll keep me perked up throughout the night. And then I'm going to have a a nice bowl of pesto chicken pasta bake a bit later, which is absolutely delicious. But
Oof,
for right
absolute
now,
banger.
before I just had some toast, some grilled cheese on toast, and not going to be trying to eat too much. It's very easy to not feel great after a night out and just gorge yourself. So I'm trying to behave.
Oh, you are living the dream, my friend. Mr. Kai Ting here. He'll also be living it if he can dance with the devil and flop a third six here, opening things up from the hijack with pocket sixes. Pesto chicken, pasta bake, hot damn. Sounds insane. Mr. Shen Zijin here on the button. Got himself a massive stack. An ace-10 offsuit here. You can go either way. He will 3-bet this one. 80,000. That will force the blinds out of there. So now Jianting doesn't really have a stack here that wants to call. Not really deep enough here to go set mining. So if he thinks his opponent is of the aggressive kind, he can definitely request the triangle, send it in here. It will be a lovely pickup, and it probably would indeed work. But easier said than done, of course. We can see the cards here, makes it much easier. Shen here can also have bigger pairs than Jianting. And hello there to this handsome gent rejoining us, your second place finisher in your Baby Dragon event yesterday, your Triton champion and Poker Dream main event final table list. This guy's done it all, but not only that, great personality. He was very entertaining on stream yesterday, so I have the pleasure get to see him in action again. As we see Jianting fold the sixes here. And nice little pickup there from Shen, 3-betting the ace-10 offsuit. And Jordan, absolutely gaffed to be here, I have to say. It's a pleasure to be announcing this one alongside you.
That is great to hear. Under the impression that you've been gaffed every day so far. Always so excited to be able to chat to me. So I'm sure that's the reason.
And it's extremely weird that you say that exact sentence. That's great to hear. Somebody literally just messaged me that on my phone right now at the exact moment the words came out of your mouth. Okay, it was followed by some different words, but still, a coincidence nonetheless, my friend. And yeah, been gaffed every single day here, and who wouldn't be? You know, this is Red Dragon Poker Tour. The action has been insane. These guys here all having a fantastic time playing this wonderful game of cards. And the quality of the stream and the production here, the facilities, pure luxury. As we see Dai Ling Hu defending his big here with the 9-6 offsuit. Going to have to play this one out of position, so heads up to the flop we go. And a piece for both here on King Jack 9 Rainbow. But Jianting obviously flopping best here. Interestingly though, pot control checking this one back. Jack of spades turning on the board. It's not inconceivable that Jianting can have a jack here. We would check back a lot of Jack X combos on the flop. So Ling Hu cannot feel too great about having the 9 here. Interesting decision. Does he want to lead for value / protection or check once again? And he will check it back, and that's going to allow Jianting to come with this delayed bet now. Half pot sizing. Pretty tough here to pitch a 9 for just one bet. We'll see how Ling Hu wants to navigate this spot here. And an amazing fold there. Gets away from it. Preserving his stack there. Every big blind. Pretty important when you're around 15 bigs. So nicely check folded there on the turn.
Folding over to your man Tom on the button. Queen 4 offsuit, not going to raise. Dialing Hui. Ace 5. Not many chips behind, so may decide to just jam this. Puts in most of the chips. And the 8-6 getting out of the way.
And hello there to the Cowboys. Mr. Shen Zijin. I will get the pronunciation of one of these guys right eventually before the end of the series, perhaps. But we do see Cowboys opening it up there. Ace-10 offsuit folded behind. No 3-bet bluff attempted, but Henricus with the Ace-9. Seems like he wants to take the spot. And we are going upwards. 85,000, pretty bad timing here. And we can see another ace folded behind. So Henricus here stepping into it a little bit. But yeah, I don't mind it. Testing the chip leader here. And also we do have Mr. Jian Ting Kai at this table. If you're unaware of who that gentleman is, did take down your main event last year. Huge payday, over 243 million. And good to have you back here, sir. As Zijin considers through his options here, taking his time. He's out of position, got his opponent covered. Surely we're going to see a 4-bet here. And does Mr. Henricus feel like fighting? 225k looks to be the 4-bet sizing. Henricus here, not giving anything away, but yeah, tried it, got his answer, and then wisely got away there. Mr. Henricus, known to go for it from time to time. Notoriously 6-bet jamming the 7-deuce of hearts in Cyprus earlier this year. So this gentleman, when he feels it, he feels it. And you can't knock that. But this time, yeah, he felt it. And wisely got away from the kings there for minimal damage. Some might say, okay, could have folded pre-flop, but yeah. As I said, don't mind it. Testing that chip leader.
Yeah, some would say that if you always get your bluffs through, you're not bluffing enough. And as far as hands that we've seen take 3 bets at the feature table so far today, ace-9 offsuit, is not outside the realms of reality. We have seen some absurd things so far today. Dialing Hui now. Ace-6 suited is going to raise it to 40,000.
Yeah, I mean, ace-9 offsuit is a monster, right? Compared to some of the things and the antics that we've seen today, it's an absolute monster. And here is the Triton champ, Mr. Hong, back once again here. King-Jack suited in the small blind. Interesting decision. 3-bet or call. Comes with the latter here. And that is going to open the door for Jianting to make this a three-way party. 5-4 of hearts here. Getting a nice price. Worth seeing a flop.
As we've just received word from our team on site what this event's prize pool is going to be looking like, as I believe registration has officially closed at this stage. Looks like a total prize pool of around 737 million Korean won, with first place being 181 million. So absolutely ridiculous prize pool in this one. As it looks like we've got a lead from the 5-4, a raise from ace-6, and a 3-bet jam on the flop from this middle pair. The ace-6 is going to get out of the way. Very aggressive poker there from Kai Jianting.
Yeah, aggressive indeed. Working out this time, my friend. Oh, wow, nice timing there. Had a plan, stuck to it, and got the job done. Turning that 5-4 of hearts into a powerhouse. As you see the chip counts up on your screen right now. Blinds 10k, 15k, big blind ante 15k. And yeah, huge payday for the champion of this one. And of course, that sexy, exclusive champion Red Dragon jacket. Every final tablist, of course, will get the exclusive hat as well. We saw your man Hu Chao donning that one yesterday, right before he took down the baby dragon. And if you are watching, as always, let me know where you're watching from, who you are rooting for, who are we railing together and sweating. We can send some heat in their direction together. Shout out to Clarence Damasco. Big up the Philippines. Your man James Mendoza. Absolutely smashing it in that previous session. So he's on one of the outer tables right now. Sending some luck to him. Hopefully he rejoins us later today for the final table. Absolute boss. Navigates the streets exceedingly well. As we see blind on blind action here. In this limped pot, ace queen 4. 3 of diamonds now. Interesting. Giving Jianting a flush draw. Getting him out of jail, perhaps. Allowing him to barrel. But Chuan with middle pair. In the limp pot, blindy blind. Still, you got to feel pretty good about your hand. So I don't think we're going to see Luo relinquish the Jack Queen just yet. Yeah, flicks it in. One more time here. Not blocking those flush draws. 6 of diamonds on the river. Backdoor flush for Jianting here. Now he has the question on his mind. What does my opponent Chuan have, and how much is he willing to call? Spades brick off. You can represent those potential misflush draws. It is a limp pot as well. Therefore, maybe Chuan is thinking that Jinting doesn't have an ace, and that will allow Kai Jinting here to size up, represent a polarized range that can definitely have some bluffs in it. And that'll put Chuan into the absolute bin in terms of having a bluff catcher. And yeah, this is beautiful here from Jinting, overbetting the river, 200k. Super polar. Now Luo Chuan, decision on his hands here. Pure bluff catcher, but no spade in your hand. Blocking ace queen as well. Not a bad hand to put your cape on with and make a hero call. It wouldn't exactly be the superhero call of all time. We've already seen today much worse, or quote unquote worse perhaps. Some might say better, but still, this is not an easy call to make here, and I'll definitely salute him if he's able to do it. Going to use up some of those time banks, and I think wisely so here. Big pot, big decision. This decision worth a lot of future EV.
It's always nice when you value bet for a very large size on the river and your opponent doesn't instantly muck. Kai Jinting praying for the call.
Yeah, absolutely. Never a nice feeling when you see your opponent snap fold, sending their cards into the muck when you are value betting. But different story when they're using their time banks. Jinting here, suddenly no longer an atheist here, praying to the gods that Chuan can find a call. But unfortunately, he does think it through and use those time banks wisely, because saved himself 200,000 on the river there. And getting the stare down from Hongjun. Pretty suspicious is the Triton champ. And just look at Mr. Henricus there, dialed in a seemingly flow-like state. Slightly pouting, and I do believe his lips are 100% natural. The hair also, those curls. I think that would be physically impossible to achieve from a man-made perspective. So definitely natural curls going on there as he elegantly folds the 7-8 offsuit. And I have a little bit less enthusiasm to commentate for Zhang Lai. Much less handsome than Mr. Henricus. But he does have ace king of hearts here, so I will step our game up here in the booth. 30,000 is the price. He decides to make it, and now Chuan. Pocket jacked in a small blind, starts the hand. 23 bigs. Seems like a pretty great spot here to come with a 3-bet. More time banks being burnt here. Does that 3-bet want to be all of your betting discs? Or do you want to come with the non-all-in sizing here and induce your opponent to jam a hand like ace-5 suited? Instead, he will just jam himself. King-jack suited, yeah. Shen forced to fold, not loving it. but knows his hand is behind. And yeah, of course, Zhang Lai snapping this one off here. Classic race on our hands. Cards on their backs we go. Queen 5, 6, 1 heart. Queen of hearts. There is light at the end of the tunnel for Ace King. A deuce of diamonds there. Beautiful brick for the jacks and full double up there for Chuan. And I know for sure if I was playing that hand against someone like Josh McCulley, very aggressive player, I would just 3-bet the jacks to 6.5 big blinds there and allow them to jam probably 90% of their range. And of course, I'll be heading to the rail right now. Those people not only aggressive but also running on the sun. Hit the ace every single time. And they see the gentleman here, head in his hands. I'm sure he's felt what I'm talking about before there. Taking a quick nap between hands. Actually, no, it does look like he's doing some kind of visualization there, staring down at his feet. Perhaps he's embedding some... I do believe it is, yeah. Lucky charm. Lucky Lego charm there. Yeah, still confused there. If he was doing some neuro-linguistic programming visualization involving his feet, or if he did actually fall asleep on us there, because he sort of seemed a bit dazed when he came up. Would have much preferred to see his eyes, but the gentleman, yeah, covered up there behind the shades, and wisely so. Staying mysterious. Hard to get a read on him. As we see Ji and Ting back in the saddle here, King 10 suited, 30k to go.
I have a bit of a gripe that I want to just point out that just happened. Kai Jianting putting a raise in, but it's almost like he raised and put the chips in a spot that made it as difficult as possible for the dealer to reach. The chips were like barely near the line. Dealer had to reach about 3 meters to grab them as the flop goes check, check. Lots of dead cards that Ruan will not be able to connect with, given his opponents at the table have folded them. Delay bet from Kai, and he's going to take it down. Shen Zijin raising sevens. Very comfortable with 1.9 million. 300k starting stack in this event, so he's cruising along with around 6 of them. Tom Henricus, Jack 10 going to defend.
And I must admit, Jordan, I have a confession to make.
Oh
my goodness.
That is
we'll hold that thought for a while.
Against the table captain, it's going to take a miracle for Tom not to lose at least a vast majority of his chips. Ten, 10, 7 with a flush draw. Definitely a board that is going to incorporate a lot of check raising with a lot of bluffs, but this time Tom's doing it with value. Value that is in a very, very rough shape.
Yeah, this is brutal here. Hopefully that gentleman there with his lucky Lego charm quickly passes it to Tom Henricus, because he needs to spike on the turn or river here. Well, this might be the end of his tournament. Depending on the run out, potentially some turns and rivers can save him here. King of Spades doesn't seem like it's one of them. Beautiful brick there in terms of the flush draws and the straight draws not completing. And I think Tom now, against his button range, is going to continue to go for value here. Question is, Jordan, is he going to size up turn here to be allowed to jam the river?
Yeah, I think something like 130 to 150k is going to be nice. And that's exactly what he bets, 140, right in the middle.
Well, it's not exactly what he bets, is it, my friend? Because you said somewhere between 130 and 150. However, it is in the middle of them. So I'll give you half a gold star for that one. But yeah, Tom Henricus not slowing down here. Betting the turn. And of course, Shen going to call. Continue to set the trap, I think, here. And that is going to allow the pot to grow, where potentially Tom is jamming the rest of his chips in on the river. Be very interesting, though, to see a king, jack, or another 10 roll off.
I'll take all the half gold stars I can get.
And that's pretty generous from me. Those that know me well are probably pretty offended right now if they're listening, thinking how I can give out half a gold star so easily. And yeah, we do see the call here from Shen Zijin. Going to the river, SPR, exactly one now. And Ace of Hearts on the river. Just feels like a card here that our hand still wants to jam on. We do now chop with weaker 10x. But I still think there's value to be had here from some potential ace high or king high flush draws at this SPR. Surely we can't get away. So Tom now will take his time, think about his decision, goes for the jam, gets met with the snap, and yeah, will get shown the extremely bad news here. And as you can see his expression, yeah, what can you do, my friend? Extremely unfortunate caller there. Button against big blind. So we say GG's to Mr. Tom Henricus, but don't frown. Turn that frown upside down, because you're still handsome, sir. Bright future ahead for you. Very unfortunate that he's leaving us so early, Jordan.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him work some of his magic at this stream table, but unfortunately it looks like the magic has run out. That stack in seat 7 getting larger and larger. Around 2.5 million now. I have to apologize if you hear any random loud background noises on my end. It turns out apparently every single person in Australia wants to drive a motorbike down my street, so looks like we're going to have a raise from the cutoff and a call from Dai Hui.
And that's just one of the problems with Australia. It's full of gangsters, it's full of criminals, mafia, and chavs. People think that they're cooler than they actually are. Driving around on motorbikes, racing, overcompensating, perhaps. So just be careful out there on the streets of Oz. But shout out to all my big C's. I can't drop the C-bomb live on air. My mother will be extremely outraged. But yeah, shout out to all my big C's over in the land of Oz. And I have to say, Jordan, around about 5 minutes ago, I was talking to myself for about 5 minutes. Didn't know my microphone was on mute. I said some absolutely outrageous things. So thankfully, I was on mute and it didn't actually slip through to the broadcast.
That sounds great, actually. I'm rather happy to hear that. One of those happy accidents. Kai Jianting, they say suited. As you can hear the tournament director in the background making an announcement regarding the final prize pool and the total number of entries in this event. 137 hopefuls. Shen Zijin finding the 3-bet. 2.6 million is a lot of chips. Li Xianglai, 5-4 suited. 7.5 bigs.
And Jordan, as I take a short pause here in my meal, I just want to give you some props here and acknowledge how absolutely fantastic you are at your craft, sir. Amazing commentator. So I'll go back to my food now. And you know it's true what they say. You are what you eat here. I have a tuna wrap. And I'm a rapper. But don't call me a rapper because I'm an entrepreneur.
I heard you make reference to Little Baby the other day. Are there any rappers that you're a big fan of?
Actually, one of my first inspirations was Eminem, you know, the OG. Listened to Eminem for many, many years. And then after this, more gravitated towards British rap music, also known as grime music. And pretty sure a lot of those artists from the grime scene, not so well known in Australia, as we do see Shanghai stick it in here. 7 big blinds remaining with the ace-9, slightly ahead for now against the jacking off of Yunting. And yeah, easy call, easy decision to make here. Hoping that this jacking off works out well for him. 10-8-4. 5 on the turn, no help so far, 6 outs remaining. 3 of hearts, nice and clean for the ace-9 here. Full double up. So Zhang Lai will stick around for a moment longer. Jinting there, looking slightly disappointed that the jacking off didn't provide a different outcome.
And I will admit, you'll probably be much more knowledgeable about UK grime and UK rap than I will. But there are a few UK rappers that I like listening to occasionally. Guys like Skepta, JME, AJ Tracy. Not sure if they fall into that kind of category. But definitely a few of those guys I'm a big fan of listening to.
100%, man. That's right up my street. I would say Skepta, he's been my favourite, or one of my favourite grime artists for 10, 15 years, something like that. Huge inspiration of mine. Actually, massively into grime music myself. Love writing my own lyrics. We'll definitely give you a quick 16 before this series is out for sure, as we do see a bit of double vision here. Luo Chan raising up with ace king, but right behind him, Shen with the same hand. Shen has been 3-betting a lot so far. Yeah, so why slow down now? Shanghai here. Ace-Jack offsuit. On the button here. Does have a pretty good hand, but facing this aggression in front of him. How will he proceed? Zijin has been pretty wide, but yeah, not out of line, so to speak. So wisely gets away from the ace-jack, and now this is interesting because we get to see how Chuan will approach this spot with the ace-king out of position. And I must say, my lyrics, not quite as sharp as AJ Tracy or Skepta. I don't quite have that gangster image about me. But I try and make up for that with some humour in my lyrics. Playing on words, come in with the smart bars. So hopefully, when I spit some fire, you'll also get a giggle along the way as well. Chuan loves those time banks. Not going to have many left though if he continues at this pace. Taking his time here, 55k more with the ace-king out of position. And yeah, another time bank into the middle. Thankfully for him, he was given about 50 at the start of play. Tournament director knows his man. Say, here you go, buddy. You're going to be needing these.
Does put in the 4-bet to 245k. And I think Shen with a very easy decision here against this. He's got the stack to do it, and I think the triangle is going to be requested. Puts in some time banks. Probably trying to make it look like he's pondering a decision. But in actuality, he's thinking about a certain town in Nevada. Does jam it in. Cards on their back, and these guys are going to see that it's a bit of a chop at the moment, but there are a lot of live suits, all of these guys with opportunities. A heart. Oh, 3 hearts. The free roll opportunity. The river is going to be safe, though. That gets the blood flowing. A bit of a laugh there from Shen. Though he has to know that that was never going to get there with how good he's been running so far. Never in doubt that the heart was going to brick off. This is actually one other UK rapper that I've listened to a little bit recently that I enjoy, Grant, and that's Little Sims. I don't know if you've listened to any Little Sims. She is absolutely fantastic.
Potentially. Maybe I've seen this lady in a few like rap battles, Red Bull rap videos, this kind of stuff on the reels. If it's the same lady that we're thinking of. She is like a grime artist, and she is absolutely fire. She can spit pretty darn fast.
Yeah, she's absolutely amazing. She released an album a few years ago. I believe it's called Sometimes I Might Be Introvert. Let me double check that. Yeah, Sometimes I Might Be Introvert, and it is absolutely brilliant. One of the best rap albums of the last decade, in my opinion. As Kai Jianting finding top pair. Liu going to float. And the float's working out. Turns on open ender. $35K from Kai, and I think Luo is going to be calling at least one more street, hoping to find an ace or a 9. Instead, it is the deuce of spades. $45K from Kai. Whoa. Looks like some devious thoughts are creeping in. Reaches for a raise and puts it in. 200K neat.
Yeah, once again, we see a player here in a sticky situation, jacking off. But surely here, Jordan, blind blind. You've just got to call this one. Too high up in your range, right?
He may not like having the jack as much, as it's probably going to block a lot of your opponent's bluffs. They would have called turn. Obviously, Queen Jack is a pretty wide peel anyway, but hands like Queen Jack, Jack 9, definitely hands you would think of when trying to figure out what your opponent's bluffing, as I'm sorry about the motorbike in my background. These guys. So Kai probably wondering what kind of gets to the river that would bluff. A hand like 6-7, maybe. But you'd kind of want your opponent to have these hands, so taking them as a bluff is interesting. Looks like he's going to have another look at his cards. Back into the tank. What do you think, Grant?
Yeah, it's actually a pretty interesting decision. I will flick in the one-chip call. But the pre-flop action actually slips my mind, so I'm unsure if it was a raised or limp pot, but still. I think the big blind can have a lot of two-pair combinations here. Takes his time to think it through, and eventually, I guess he comes to the conclusion that he's too high up in his range. To fold a king there makes the call, and Wins a nice one.
As I believe it was a limped pot. There was 45k in the middle on the flop, which would be the call from the small blind, the big blind and the big blind ante. Are any rappers outside of the UK that you're a fan of? Personal favorite of mine includes guys like JPEG Mafia, MF Doom. So it looks like Lee Xiang Lai is going to find the rip.
Yeah, absolutely not, sir. Please don't ask silly questions again. American rap isn't even close to British rap, as we do see Zijin make the call with the same hand here. Still possible free rolls on the turn. Yeah, but any red will end it. You know what they say. Everyone loves Red Dragon. And everyone wants to get their hands on one of those champion jackets as well.
Kai Jianting going for it again, this time the 8-5 suited. Queen 9 deuce. These guys playing snap once again, but flush draw for Ruan.
Yeah, will be interesting now after Barry Greenstein shows up to see if the same hand can get same holdings to fold here, even though GAU had the extra equity in the form of diamonds. Position is power. And Jianting here, no showdown value. If can find somehow to summon up a bluff on the river, it will definitely get through. SPR here at about 0.8. So maybe Jinting here going to request the triangle. If not, and he gives up. At least he'll be surprised to see he'll be getting back half of the pot here. And yeah, does fire off a bet here. Mr. Jinting on the river. He's floating and he's boasting and he's trying to get the most in. And I have to say, Jordan, he's really Rick Rosin.
Certainly is doing a very good job so far, commanding this table.
And Jordan, I know we're not there on the ground in Jeju. You work from home. But I want to know, what kind of screen, what kind of setup are you using right now? Have you got the look at the turf?
Say that again. What was that last thing you said?
Okay, I need you to open your ears for me, my friend. This is very important. Have you got the look at the turf?
The look at the turf. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means, but I am rocking 2 monitors on a kind of monitor stand that's on the edge of the table. It's a standing desk, which I will admit I don't utilize enough, as much as I probably should. And I've got my mic set up to the side, elbowing off the side so that it can be moved around.
Yeah, I'm actually sat at my own standing desk as well. I also haven't used that feature for many, many months, as we do see the ace king here. Coming with the rejam. Pocket threes in the big blind here, has a decision to make.
Zhenhan Li with the threes, facing 2 all-ins in front. Would be 1/3 of his stack, should he choose to make the call. Oh, wow, and he does. He's the favorite at the moment, but needs to fade almost any card higher than a 9. A 9 or higher, I mean. So let's see what it comes down to. 3-way action. 675k in the middle. This is big for Dai Ling Hui. Potential chance to find a triple up and not dominated. Couple of deuces and a 10. Safe for the threes for now. The king, not so much. The 5 on the river, and Ranjai Yu will find a double up to 675k. Zhenhan Li not going to be happy with the outcome of that.
Yeah, nice and clean there for Jiayu. And actually in Mandarin, Jiayo means good luck. So Jiayo to Mr. Jiayu. Nice scoop there. As he's starting to build his stack here, and that lucky Lego charm working out wonders for him. And okay, since I asked about the look at the turf, I'll just spell it out for you letter by letter, because we don't seem to be getting through to each other here. But I wanted to know if you're watching this on an LCD TV. Yeah, LCD TV, the look at the turf. But seems like you've got a different setup.
One of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard, to be honest.
You've got a different setup, 2 monitors, wanting to brag and boast. Okay, fair enough. No look at the turf for you, but your setup, your monitor, is it ready for the hood?
I feel like we're on very differing levels of energy today, Grant. You're gonna have to spell some things out to me, because what you're asking of me at the moment is making my brain hurt.
Oh, Mr. Shen sieging there, folding 7 deuce off to. I thought he's one of those guys that would come with a fancy play there, but he does make way for Ruan here to open the button. Queen 6 suited. And just asking if he's ready for the hood. You know, because not all monitors are HD ready. So if yours is ready for the hood, then that's good, because you'll have this in crisp quality, because this stream, I tell you, it's one of the finest things I've ever looked at from an aesthetic point of view, without taking things a bit too XXX rated here. And Mr. Shanghai, talking of X rated, he's woken up here with two ladies in the big blind. And no, this isn't a dream, sir. This is a dream spot, though. Gets to jam it in there. And Ruan snaps it off here with Queen 6 of diamonds. Not going to be pushed around here after opening the button. So Ruan going to need a miracle. Part of the puzzle already forming on the flop there. 6 on the turn. Not many outs, but there are a few of them. And the 6 of spades out of nowhere. Wow. Runner 6 is there to send him to the rail. Absolute sickness.
There's no grosser amount of outs than no outs on the flop, running 6s. And that one is going to sting. Late registration has closed as well, so these guys are still staring at the board in disbelief. Now, Grant, off the back of what we were just talking about with our desks and the very guilty admission that both of us have not utilized the stand-up function for the better part of a couple of months, I'm going to request that we both stand up. Let's get our stand-up desk going. Come on. Press the setting.
All right, let's do it, guys. We're going to do this, and give us a moment here to readjust behind the scenes. And expect a bit of energy to start flowing here. Different wavelengths for sure, but that's okay. Because as always is the case, in a party, you've got people on their own vibe. Some people want to sit in the corner staring at the wall. That's completely fine, as long as they're enjoying themselves. And Ruan Jiayu here, he's having a whale of a time after cracking the ladies. King Queen suited in the cutoff, but just a raise and take it this time.
What's it like being up a little bit higher? I mean, I know that you're quite high already, but doesn't it just feel better? Different flow of oxygen in the room?
And just give me a moment longer to get there, my friend. It was a decent climb, and wow, I have to say, things are certainly looking different from up here, and I am high indeed on the 28th floor right now, the very same place I was just a month ago when the earthquake rocked the whole of Bangkok. As we do see Battle of the Aces here going to war. An interesting 3-bet here from Zijin. Starting to really build a stack now and putting the pressure on his opponents. And it's pretty nice to be a little bit higher, I have to say, Jordan. How are you feeling over there, my friend?
I'm feeling fantastic. And your mention of the earthquake reminded me of one of my favorite sayings by the great philosopher Confucius, which is, "Man who enters airport turnstile sideways may Bangkok." $46 remaining, 137 entered.
Indeed they did. Registration, of course, now long closed. 46 remaining. Playing all the way down until we have a champion later this evening. 6 million buy-in for this one. Prize pool, absolutely insane. And of course, Champion Jacket will be awarded along with those final table exclusive hats. If you are tuned in, drop us a comment. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from. And yeah, they don't call it Bangkok for nothing. I'll tell you that, my friend. I've had the pleasure to live in this wonderful city for around about 7 years now. Know my way around. But still, safety never guaranteed in the wonderful wild city of Bangkok.
Are you familiar with much of Confucius's work? He's got some other amazing musings.
Say that one more time for me, please, my friend.
Confucius has some amazing thoughts and musings and ideas. I'm just wondering if you knew of many others, as we see the 9-9 deuce flop. Good for Liu Chuan.
And once again, you've completely lost me there, my friend, and you won't be finding me back anytime soon. That's for sure. As I take another sip here of my espresso and orange juice. Quite a fruity combination indeed. I'm not sure if it's made its way over to the Western world yet, Jordan, but a very popular combination is the iced coffee with orange juice in Thailand and other parts of Asia.
Iced coffee with orange juice. Can't say I have been familiar with this.
I can already tell by the tone of your voice you sound quite surprised there at this combination even existing, and I also felt the same, sir, around about 3 or 4 years ago, but now set in stone here in Thailand as one of the popular go-tos. Surprisingly works. It's just refreshing. The bitterness of the coffee mixes with the sweetness of the orange juice. No need for sugar, no need for milk either. And perhaps a more fruity, healthier alternative to a latte. For those that don't like the Americano, tastes like drinking mud, then maybe this is the way to go. Change your life today. Try the espresso and the orange juice, and you'll never look back, my friends. As we do see jacking off decline there. Surprising, because for myself, I never decline opportunity to play jacking off any time of day, any position. I'm always down for it. Instead, we're going to see Li Zhang here opening up with the sixes and Shen Zijin in the big blind. He's got all the chips now. You can see his attitude and demeanor starting to change. Starting to run this table over now. Asking for a count of his opponent's stack. And yeah, we'll just defend this time. Perhaps had other options on his mind. But his opponent, 22 bigs effective. He's happy to just call here, see a flop, king 5-5. Nothing there for Shen Zijin. But Li Zhang, of course, here. Pre-flop betting lead. He's got a nice dry board for the sixes. And it's also a board he can represent as well. That King X hits his range. So C-bet will get the job done there. Nicely done from that gentleman in the one seat.
I wonder if many of the players that are on site are going to take any of your jacking off advice in handy, given how many of them have been playing on the table.
And I'd just like to say, as a disclaimer, I'm not advising anyone to do anything, each to their own. Just like to give my personal experiences and preference from time to time. Love to be open about it. But of course, take it with a pinch of salt. Go away and find your own adventures. Get yourself into some sticky situations with jacking off, but don't blame me if it backfires on you.
Yes. Confucius say time spent practicing jacking off come in handy. As the 6-5 does flop a straight here. Ruan with an opportunity to make one himself, but well behind. As Kai Ting really opening things up. The 6-5 offsuit from the cutoff. Lo Chuan, 485k. Ace 9 suited. In goes the raise.
After the hand, is it okay to put
10, 8, 5, a couple of spades. Six of clubs on the river as the 5 holds up. Check from Genhan. Lo Chuan. Is he going to fire a significant shell on this river? Maybe a bit gun shy given the big blind's defending range. He's going to have a lot of 7s in it. And he does just check back. Kai opening Jack 10. Six, 4, 3. Li Zhang takes the lead. Check, check as we see the 3 of diamonds on the turn. .46 players remaining now. Shen, 2.8 million. He's been a little bit quiet the last few orbits since he amassed that massive stack, but back to it with the Queen Jack.
And here comes Mr. Shen Zijin with all the chips now. Maybe he has the masterclass and the blueprints for how to use jacking off to its full advantage here. Genhan gets out of the way with a flat tire. See, I'm learning and implementing new skills every day. My mom would be so proud if she can see me now. As we see Kai Jinting here. Got his opponent dominated.
It's amazing to hear you expanding your vocabulary. So the King Queen is going to put the call in 110k in the middle. 10, 7, 4, couple of spades. Kai confidently out in front. King of spades for a bit of extra backup should he require it as well. Check, check. Ace of spades giving Shen a gut shot, but one of those outs is not as clean as he would like it to be. So checks through once more. 6 of spades, Kai rivering the second nuts here. Sets the trap, trying to get Shen to put some chips in here. Looks like it's going to work. A very, very small bet on the river. Looks like 20k. Manages to induce an additional big blind, but I think that's all it's going to be. River raise. In the fold from Shen. Eight six from Ruan, opening from +1. So very wide open. Over to Hong Jun on the button. Ace 5 suited. Reaching for a call, putting it in. Interesting board as both of these guys with a bit of peace. Run with top pair, Hong with a gut shot backdoor flush draw. Ten of diamonds, adding a bunch more outs for Hong. Nine of diamonds would be a bit of a disaster for Ruan. In goes the second bullet, though. Looks like 120k. As a no, sorry, 90k. What are we going to see here from the ace five of diamonds? Looks like a raise. 250k going in. Don't think Ruan is going to want to go too far with the double gut shot and the pair that he has. Weighing up the options back and forth. Flicks in a time bank. Going to think this one through for a little bit longer. Puts in the call. The ace of clubs does improve Hong. Not the way he expected to get there. $300,000. More than half of Ruan's stack to make this call. But he just decides to let it go. Hong just going to trap ace king from the cutoff against an under the gun open from Ruan. Nobody behind waking up with anything to rejam, so trap not going to work out. Let's see the flop. King and a queen, both of these guys improving to a pair each, with the ace king well out in front. Run with some backdoor potential though, backdoor flush draw and straight draw. He's going to have to face a bet straight away, and he calls very quickly. Pot swelling up to 265. Three of spades inconsequential. Hong once again going to be putting Ruan into the blender. 80,000 on the turn. Sizing things up nicely for a river all in. Should that be where he would like to go? 390 behind for Ruan, 425 in the middle. What will the river bring? It is a jack. Get out of jail free card on the river here. But Hong sniffs it out.
Yeah, Hong Jun is a serious player. Nice check back there. Good awareness that that card smashes his opponent's range. Didn't put another cent in the pot. Hong Jun really knows how to play this game. No surprise to see him going deep in a lot of tournaments. Second place yesterday in the Baby Dragon. Took down a Triton tournament in February for over 800,000 USD. And did also make a Poker Dream main event as well here in Jeju. Absolute beast at this game.
那你天顺我不一定落后了。
Mr. Shen Zijin here will elect to just complete, sorry, from the small blind with the Jack 10 offsuit. Makes sense. It comes in that middling part of your range. Usually taking a polarized strategy from the small blind with the limping range. And Ruon playing his ace-5, very cute so far. Surely now we'll go for value. And I don't see there's any way Zijin doesn't think he's got the best hand now. Yeah, we'll get shown the bad news, but lost absolute minimum there. Could have been a lot worse. Flopped a pair and a gutter. So thankfully his opponent was able to check back twice. So minimal damage for Zijin with the Jack 10. 43 players remaining. And we do have some absolute beasts across the field as we look at some of the outer tables. Martin Nielsen, Christian Harder, Joseph Chung. Many beasts here showing up for this one. And of course today also marks the start of the main event. Day 1 underway right now. Don't forget about the massive 2 billion guaranteed prize pool in that one. And we'll have 1B of that championship live streamed here tomorrow with myself and Jordan.
Kai Jianting opening the ace 10 over to Shen Zijin, ace 5 suited. Hasn't been very aggressive with 3 bets, is going to continue that. Just a call from the cutoff, is playing over 100 big blinds. What is Genhan Lee sitting in weight with? Whatever it is, it's not strong enough to be able to fight back. Couple Jackson at 3. Lee Sang in the big blind with the best hand, pocket 9s. Another 3 on the turn. The 5 on the river does improve Shen, but still behind Lee Zhang. Check, check, and the 9s will turn it over and collect a pot worth 330k. The Jack of Diamonds, sorry, the Jack of Hearts on the river. Lee going to pick up a small pot.
Everyone, GAU here. In the hijack, pretty tight there. Pretty conservative, folding the jack enough. So instead, we are going to have some blind against blind action. Blinds are 15k, 25k. Big blind ante, 25 Gs. 41 players remaining now. If you're just tuning in, Welcome. Thanks for being here. This is your day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025. We'll give some time for the graphics to catch up here. We did see a min raise from Hong Jun in the small blind, and Jian Ting taking the King 4 of diamonds. 3-betting this one.
Yeah, Kai's really pulled some moves out, and I love this 3-bet. Utilizing that blocker.
Yeah, definitely a nice combo to do it with. We'll get some better King X hands to fold. Nice timing there from Mr. Jian Ting, showcasing once again. Got some tricks up his sleeve. Alright, heads up, we're going to the flop here. Chuan defending the ace-5-0 against Li Zhang here, holding King Jack of Spades. And this board massively favouring Luo here. Does hold that ace of diamonds, that powerhouse card. 4 of clubs on the turn. After action, check, check on flop. Chuan picking up a gut shot now. To go along with the flush draw. Yeah, we'll lead out there, and Zhang, of course. Can't put another penny in the pot there. King high, no diamonds. Could already be drawing dead. Could have seen a very small C-bet though on the monotone texture. Even though the King Jack completely whiffed there. Pretty hard for your opponent to hit the board as well when it is all 3 cards the same suit.
I wonder if there's going to be a point, Grant, where we're going to see a new denomination of chip. Blinds at 15k, 25k, so plenty of those blues being utilized.
And for sure, 100 Gs. Those chips will be coming out later today. And good boy there, Gengam, putting your cards in the box for the dealer, so we all get to see them. Thank you very much, sir. A man who could take a leaf out of your book is this gentleman right here, Mr. Jian Ting. Let's see if he throws his chips across the line now that we have a female dealer. Not opening up on the button there, 8-9 offsuit. Potentially scared of Chuan and his stack that could potentially re-shove over the top of a button open. And yeah, he probably would have done it anyway. He's going to do it now, blind be blind, 420. What a lovely number. And Zijin also thinks so. Calling off here, blind v blind. Has his opponent slightly dominated. Let's see if this one ends in a chop. Or if one of these aces will fall victim to the other. King 9-3. King of clubs on the turn. And wow. Deuce of clubs on the river. Beautiful brick there for Zijin. because the 6 will indeed play, and therefore his ace high more superior to his opponents, and we say GG, sir. Down to 40 players now here in this Prestige High Roller at your Red Dragon Poker Tour in Jeju.
Yeah, it's interesting what you said about the cars being in the box. Glad that Genhan made sure that they were there. I hope the other players at this table follow up and copy Genhan's style. That would be fantastic. It would make our lives a lot easier. It was a stretch, Grant, but I had to give it a go. As the Jack 7 is suited. Going to get mucked over to Hong Paul. Fresh face, 300k stack. In the chips go with the Queen Jack suited.
Really interesting decision
Shen.
here for Mr. Shen. Ace-10 offsuit here in the small blind. And from what we've seen so far, I do expect the call. Yeah, he definitely knows his ranges when it comes to calling off. And this one, good enough to even rejam. So equity slightly favouring Shen for now. Hung here, all in, and at risk of potentially busting. Very spicy flop here. Top 2 and an open ender for Hung Paul. Jack on the turn. 3 of clubs on the river. No dice there for Hung Paul. 2 pair for Shen. More than good enough to send Paul to the rail. And just like that, we lose another one here from the feature table. Shen Zijin now on an absolute tear here. 3.3 million. Table daddy.
And I'm just going to say that I think 3.3 million may even be what the average stack will be near on the final table. Shen is absolutely flying through this event.
No, stop it. Mr. Shen Zijin here. Really putting the hammer down now. Widening his 3-bet range once more. Seems like he knows his man here, because Jianting was opening pretty wide from the cutoff to begin with. Jack 8 offsuit there. Yep. Has to just snap fold it when facing a 3-bet out of position. Extremely impressive play from Shen. Really showcasing how he got that big stack of his, and now he has it. He's really putting it to full use.
Iran raising it up to 50k. Genhan Lee. Giving us a look at the 10 deuce. Queen deuce suited, going to put in the call, flopping an open-ender. Bet from Ruan and a quick call. King of clubs changing nothing. Ruan still in the lead. Check, check. And the river 6 will give him the check mark.
Yeah, and cheeky little lead on the river there. Nice sizing as well, representing a hand that looked like it wanted to get called. But as we saw there, Queen High got the better hand to fold. Pretty tough to call the river there with the Ace High. A lot of Jack X combos, maybe King X, 10X as well. Your opponent can have that would bet that size on the river. Looked like it was trying to milk the Ace High in the form of a value bet. As we see Kai here with the snowmen under the gun. 50,000. Now, Mr. Shen here. Haven't really seen him with the middling hand like this so far. Every hand so far a bit more polarized. So interesting to see how he plays these middling strength hands, and looks like he's also going to 3-bet. His typical size seems to be around about 2.8x. Every time he has position, he's been consistent with that. And once again, Gianting here, hating life because he's realizing he's probably got the worst seat at the table. Probably pretty thankful someone else is going to come and sit in between him and Shen. And he figures that 8s here are too strong to fold for now, so we'll call. Going to have to navigate this one out of position here against the chip leader. King, King at 3, Rainbow. Looks pretty good for the 8s, but of course, Shen here can definitely have a king. Some bigger pocket pairs as well. Wow, interesting on the turn. Jack of clubs, flush draw for Zijin. And after checking the flop, you can definitely delay c-bet and represent some value hands now that are beating pocket 8s.
And this is a very interesting spot. We haven't actually seen Shen 3-bet and then have to bluff future streets. There have been so many occasions where he's just had the best hand, but it looks like he chooses not to after 3-betting pre. Gets to the river, the King of Hearts, Kai with the best hand. Wonder if he's going to bet a relatively enticing size for Ace High to call. No. Just checks. Probably goes into check call mode. Shen just happily going to show this down. And Kai's going to take himself north of 1 million. Probably a bit of a mental note there as well that Shen does not go after it with his bluffs. So it may lend him to err on the side of caution in the future. So it looks like we've got a fresh face at the table. That's a lot of chips. Looks like a stack of over 2.2 million. So we'll see how that enters the fold and how it mixes things up here. It's exactly 2.2 million. Habo Su, familiar face, back once again. Not going to get involved.
Oh yeah,
with the ace
grown that
under the
stack
gun.
of his. But he does have the worst seat in the house here. Has the chip leader to his direct left. Ruan here. King 10 suited. We'll get the party started from the hijack. 50k to go. And we do see ace
that is a
10,
nice
10
flop.
here.
It's always fun to flop trips. King 10 suited for Ruan Yu, looking very, very nice. Bet of 60,000, but pocket six is out of the way and Kai not coming along with just jack high and a backdoor flush draw. Not much value for flopping trips there, but a win's a win. Getting a look at the chip counts now. 3.3 million is our table captain, Shen Zejin. Absolutely cruising with stacks on stacks of those blue chips worth 25,000 each.
Registration is still open. For those interested players, please proceed to the registration area. Once again, for the single day high roller turbo, registration is open.
The Sang Pocket Queens. Just deciding to jam. Back after Hong Jun. Found the 3-bet. So this is a jam for almost 40 blinds. What are we going to see from him here? A lot of those time banks being used. I reckon this is going to be a tough decision either way. Those time banks being eaten away. Unfortunately, we don't know what the hand is, but have to assume it's going to be something like tens or jacks. Really quite gross. He would still have chips remaining, but only in the form of around 1 and a bit big blinds. Only 2 time banks left. What are we going to see from him? If he puts in the call, this pot will be worth almost 2 million. Li Zhang looking pretty comfortable, not really stressing about this spot too much.
Yeah, seems like a really agonizing spot here. Hung Jun, not really one to waste time, not one for theatrics. Does do a little bit of posturing now and again to save face, but this is completely different here. Burning all the time banks. Would love to see his whole cards here, because yeah, I think you're right, Jordan. Maybe 10s, jacks, maybe a hand like ace queen. But we're going to get to see it, because he's calling off anyway. So before we go to a break, look at this guy, Mr. Jordan Bromley, genius here with the soul reads.
Yeah, soul read made. Let's see how Hongjun's deck read is. Needing to find a 10 or he's going to be left with Vapor. Ace 9-3, no help. Lee needing to fade 2 outs. Turn is safe. What will the river bring? A full double for the pocket queens. Up to 2 million and Hongjun left. With an agonizing
absolute dust left
They're going to get it
for
confirmed.
Mr. Hongjun. He's going to have to come back after this break. One big blind. Good luck to you, sir. See you guys shortly for this continuation of your Prestige High Roller. Second and final day. Let's go. Alrighty, ladies and gents, welcome back to this day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2025. And this is going to be a bit of a privilege here to be sat watching some of these guys with cards up coverage. That gentleman on your screen there, Mr. Martin Nielsen, absolute beast, short deck crusher. And the gentleman opening up this pot, Christian Harder, no introduction needed. Double champion recently here in Jeju at the Korea Poker Cup. This man here, Tizkin Huang, also known as Tom. 10-9 of diamonds here from the small blind. Starts his hand around 40 big, so he will elect to call. And this gentleman, absolute beast as well. Poker Dream Super High Roller champion. It doesn't stop there. In the big blind, Joseph Chong. Come on, ladies and gents. You know this gentleman already. WSOP main event champion. It doesn't get much better than that. As we do see Ace 10 here roll off. Good board for Christian to continue representing. He does have a gut shot working for him right now. And that is a lovely little pickup there for Chung, especially when you're holding sixes on that board. But I'm sure he's more than happy to take it. There you can see chip counts up on the screen. Surely an interesting 2 hours of poker ahead of us here. Martin Nielsen there, staring out into the distance, thinking about his next meal. Table service, please sir. Get that rate back, my friend. Aggressive fold there from Martin, pitching his cards at the dealer, potentially angry that he hasn't been dealt a premium yet. Who can blame him? When you're sitting there looking so cool and handsome, you deserve aces and kings every hand. Christian Harder, excuse me. Why does it say Stephen on the screen? Come on, guys. Pretty sure that's his middle name. We're calling him Chris from now on, just to keep it simple. Absolute beast of the game. No surprise to see they chose this as the feature table, and that madam in the seat one there as well. Familiar face on our feature table. She played like an absolute beast here in the Baby Dragon event. Let's see what move she's got up her sleeve here in the high roller. All right, the shades are going on. We mean business once again. My God, he looks even more handsome with those sunglasses on. Mr. Nielsen, he will defend here. The Jackson offsuit. He's got to play out of position against the beast of the game. And on 9-8 deuce 2 diamonds here. Potential fireworks. Harder flopping the nut flush draw. And Martin here. Probably also happy to see this flop here. 2 overcards. And an open-ender to go with it. You see half pot sizing. Harder looking to make this potentially a 2-street hand, be able to jam the turn if Nielsen were to call. I think, yeah, we're going to see the jam and a snap call here surely. And so is the case. Cards on their back here. Nielsen, only 25% equity. Very unfortunate to be in this spot and not have a few more outs. But a lot of them are blocked by Harder. And the cooler of all cooler turns. The 7 of diamonds there. Straight for Nielsen, but drawing dead against the nut flush of Harder. So unfortunate there for us. We do lose Mr. Martin Nielsen so soon here at the feature table. So sad. But never mind, sir. Turn that frown upside down. You still look handsome. You're still cool as silk. And we will be seeing you again, I'm sure, later this series on a final table. GG, sir.
I was like, check that. What did you expect to see? Like when you're called, that's a fine hand to see when you're called. And all queens. Queens would be hit behind us. Or a set. What? Straight beats a flush. He needs to be in short deck.
And Mr. Chung being a naughty boy here.
It does, right? It still does. Right?
Not putting his cards in the box. So mystery hand for now, but Zhang here under the gun. Queen Jack offsuit, completely whiffing the board here. 887 Rainbow. So action checking to Zhang. How does she want to proceed here? Does have this range under the gun that will contain the big pairs like aces, kings. And of course, hands she's blocking like queens and jacks. So she can c-bet this board here at a high frequency for a small sizing. Looks like Chung here not done with this one yet, so we just call that c-bet, and on the turn of a 9 of diamonds. Zhang now picking up some outs to what would be a super straight here, potentially coolering any Jack X if a 10 were to roll off. And if you are watching, thanks for being here. Myself, Grant Gardner, alongside Jordan Bromley. Drop us some banter in the chat. We encourage it all. We'll take it on the chin, don't worry. If we can give it, we can certainly take it. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. As we finally see Chung's cards now, an action going check on the turn. With that 7 of diamonds, pairing the board, Chung still has the best hand here.
I think I'm short that card. I think it'd be a good game for me. We get some coaching from Michael Zone. I'm wondering, where's he? Is he playing with Cal? Like cash games? They short that cash games?
And we'll essentially bluff the river here, 60% pot. But as we can see, he's actually bluffing with the best hand. Checkmark already going to Chung here. So unless Zhang is feeling super fruity here, I think this one, yeah, will be scooped in the direction of Mr. Chung there. Nicely played, sir, floating the flop. And he had a plan when he did so. Oh yeah, some elite players here, but also an elite dealer as well, Vinton Wong. So we've got the whole setup here, guys. If you're here tuned in, welcome. Let's get locked and loaded because this is your Prestige High Roller second and final day. And we're going to have a champion later today. And this is a very, very interesting play here from Zhang. Jack 10 suited in the big blind. Started the hand 22 bigs. Facing the open from harder from the hijack. Instead of just defending the Jack 10, 3-bet half a stack. Committing herself here, essentially reshoving the hand. And gets harder to fold the ace there. Fair enough, it's a very weak ace, but potentially this move would have also worked against stronger holdings. So a very nice move there from Zhang, nicely timed.
后，6号后，8号后，1号后。
Registration is now open for feedback in person. For those interested, you may proceed at the registration area.
2号后。
Yeah, Tom. I got numbers.
6号 race 6万。这随你的嘛。8号 race 20万。你筹码放右边好不好？好。筹码，那我们2号边。这个。
有点不太适应，4号后排，筹码放在右边。
2号。
我觉得你筹码放过去点，我会习惯拿手中的筹码玩。等会儿我把你筹码拿过来。
我拉过一次，拉别人筹码少。
真的，我会习惯往左边拿筹码，你拿远一点。
6号后。3号还没进来。小王大王是4个。6号后。7号后。8号后。1号后。2号后。
여러분들 안내드립니다. 그 레지스트레이션 받을 때그 플레이어가 레지스트레이션 일지를 가지고 오면 꼭 그 신분증에 이름이나 얼굴이 맞는지 확인하시고 확인이 된 후에만 칩을 건네주세요. 그 레지스트레이션 일지에 있는 이름이랑 그 신분증에 있는 이름이랑 그 본인 사인이 맞는지 꼭 확인해 주세요.
I should have slammed it in. Just start screaming natural nine. It's like sweet tooth nectar and natural nine. It's like powerful combination. It's not like do 7 off. It's like a real. I looked down at my hand. I was like, come on, I need to cut off a button to open that so I can see a flop. That's what I was thinking.
7号货，2号货
You're sharp. You're sharp instead of limping.
，1号货，
Would have destroyed you.
啊？不报纸吧？
2号 raise 6万60， 3号货，4号货，5号货。
Hello, David.
Zalbin here definitely won't be giving up his big blind. Only question is, how does he want to try and defend it? We'll flat call here, so Tom gets to play this one in position and has the bet in lead. 6-5-3 Rainbow. Nothing there immediately for Tom. Just going to check back here. This texture also smashes the big blind defending range. 4 of clubs on the turn. Does give Tom the gut shot now. But once again, does hit that range of Zalbin. So yeah, he just gets to bet that turn. And Tom not looking to get involved there. Knowing that that range could very well have him potentially draw into a chop at absolute best. So let's it go, and wisely so. And if you are locked in, come on, drop a comment in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Good to hear from you guys. As always, this is day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller. 33 players remaining. Later this evening, we're going to have a champion. It could be a late one. Pretty good structure in this event. 137 total entrants. So pretty juicy prize pool. And of course, exclusive champion jacket being awarded later, along with those limited edition final table hats. Pretty cool that the Red Dragon has that element. Champions, they get to flex, showcase that they've had some previous successes, because those clothing items cannot be bought, can only be earned. So a pretty cool aspect indeed. As we see, this gentleman here, Jiang Daquiao, had him on the feature table in the Baby Dragon event. Back here now in the high roller, 10 deuce of diamonds. Getting a good price. Not good enough apparently. Not worth the 1 big blind more. Out of position against this beast. So Tom there, raise and take it.
Did the high roll? I didn't even start. Just sit and eat free food in the corner.
1号货，
You can't get free food the next couple days. That's what I mean. You can get free food. Get themselves really waiting for the food.
60， 3号 raise 6万，4号货，5号货，6号货
I don't even have that much. Hopefully. What's first? 181. Oh yeah. Has MJ dealt with it?
35.
He just doesn't want to borrow more than that because if he has extra, he wants to see, he wants to bust it before he buys more. That's why. $1 million? What do you mean? Oh, well, he's gonna play the main first. So. I was talking to him yesterday before I left. Like he was like sitting around. He was like, thankfully Grant won. If not, I was done playing. He got third in the Zodiac. Yeah. He's gonna get buried for a while.
We are 41,000 chips in play.
8号 is 8万 80.
Once again, for the red drum position high order, 100,000 chips in play.
Yeah, some absolute superstars here at this feature table. This coverage of your Prestige High Roller here this day 2. 33 players remaining, a quarter of the field, approaching towards the money bubble ever so slightly. I do believe it'll be 21 players paid in this one, 21 players in the money, but of course only one champion. A lot of these guys know what it feels like to be a champion. They've played many tournaments, higher stakes than this as well. Had that feeling of success. That gentleman, the main event bracelet, resting at home. And this gentleman there, repping that Korea Poker Cup hoodie. 2 trophies at that event alone for Christian Harder. Jiang here. 9-7 suited. It's pretty tricky. 14 bigs on the button. He will take the spot. Zhang looks interested. This is why. Ace-8 suited. Pretty sure we have to call this one off here. She's also going to be blocking his spades. If she can find the call, it'll be a great spot for her, because surely if Daquiao had Ace-King or Ace-Queen here, he would choose a size that wasn't all in. In theory, I think those hands, those combos, supposed to induce. And yeah, she will flick in the one-chip call. Amazing spot here for Zhang. Jiang Daquiao at risk here of potentially busting. There is help on the flop. Queen 7-6, 1 spade. It's not over yet though. Some back doors. King of Hearts, not one of them. 6 outs for the ace-8. And that is clean as can be. So Zhang now will be left super short, 6 big blinds, extremely unlucky for her. Made a good call, but unfortunately the deck wasn't on her side this time. And a big hand here for a big player, Christian Harder, raising it up, King Queen of Diamonds. And yeah, absolutely the Janina here in the big blind. Of course, it's good enough for the defend against the min raise. A lovely flop there. Jack 7-3, 2 clubs. Got the backdoor clubs working for us as well. Checks this one in flow to the pre-flop aggressor. Not much equity on this board. We do see check bet call, and with that Jack of Diamonds on the turn, check mark going to Tom. Snap checks it over to his opponent. Does Christian want a barrel here? Try and get some flush draws or smaller pairs to fold. And yeah, he is loading up the clip here. Half pot sizing. It's not going to work, of course, but let's see how Tom proceeds here. Seems like the perfect play when you've got your opponent drawing dead. Things now only getting better for Tom. If he was behind to a bigger jack, they're now chopping this one. Sets the trap once again. And yeah, pretty tough to bluff this run out. So no more chips being lost there for Harder. But nice pickup for Tom.
我不要了，对吧？啊，他演一演又不演了，为什么呢？啊，他合牌推我，我也不要。啊，什么牌？有 A 应该是 A 很小的，因为10嘛。4号负，17万5个盲的也不了，对不了，也小盲的也在看。6号负，7号负，8号 raise 6万，1号负。2号负，3号负，3号 check。8号 check。3号 check。8号6万60。3号负。
嗨，
香港。对呀，那里常打牌的吧？对啊，我也正常看到有人还这样说，每次比赛都看到，你们几个女生一起来打是吧？有个战队是吧？战队只收女生的，对啊。可以加入吗？怎么申请？5号负。那我没记住。你是暗示我不能加入的一个没有？6号 raise 6万，要努力一点才有机会。
你攞個咩嘛？攞個碟。
1号负，2号负。3号过，4号过，帮我记。好，对。1位鞋。 3号 check。6号6万。你唔買嘢食嘅？你唔買嘢食嘅？嗌嘢食唔使錢喎。你唔嗌嘢食，嗌嘢食唔使錢噶嘛呢度。哦。都
太耐咧，你食好多嘢。
都 OK 嘅啲嘢。3號 call。手气都不能按这里。我说手气都不能按，我有点扯。你们战队叫什么名字？红龙战队，这像超烈也是。6号12号。
And a very great turn card here for Meng Dian. Top pair and a flush draw, but of course Zhao Bin the one doing the betting, hits his range. He's got the betting lead. Needs an offsuit 10 on the river. Not going to get it. So the question is now, will Zhao Bin try and bluff the river here? Be a pretty easy call for Meng Dian unless the sizing was massive. And unfortunately, for Mr. Zhao Bin, he is reaching 275k. Pretty sure Peng here. Not loving life, but he might end up calling this one. Got top pair, blocking the flush. He lets it go. Wow. Bluff gets through from Zhao Bin there. Lucky boy. Many other players at his table would have called that hand.
race 8万80。
And a nicely timed 3-bet bluff here from Peng. Taking this ace-8 combo from the button against the cutoff opening range. Tom jacking off out of position. Very sticky situation. But Let's see how he wants to proceed here. All three options potentially on the table. And we do indeed. Yet the most aggressive option of them all comes with a 4-bet here, 425. Tough spot now for Peng. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Lets it go. Lovely play there from Tom with the 4-bet bluff.
不可能偷你的吗？电视有的看的嘛。
有错我也不装了，我肯定小了嘛，试出来了你大了。我要是用2个连4牌就中低，知道吧？再累出来嘛，这个就
没假牌了。
对呀，就没假牌。有假牌就太高了，没办法。
It's not possible to be a rule.
比我大了，我感觉比我大了。
你怎么 A 圈啊？有没有那么大？没那么大。
没有那么大
A8 逼我
，A 圈4逼嘛，2秒钟之内就下回了。A8是靠不动 ，A 圈2秒钟就可以回去，还用延时卡。我 A8没办法打，真 A8你看录像子，太小了，太小了。你再累过了怎么打
？7号后，完请的。
不行不行。
推了好几回了。
好了。1号all in。
A8真的太小了，你再累回来我想。A 圈我就退回来。
4号后，
你 KKA。不是 A 还有3个奥字，也问题不大。
5号后都拿 A 没有了。
那么凶的。
谁拿 A 我推几万啊？你净瞎说，我打得很紧的。
你不说你 A8 了，还跟我说你打得很紧。
27、29可以后。
我给他们一个错误的信息。
应该没我紧。
错了，错误的信息误导他。对。哎呀，不行不行。
好起来了。
不好，怎么会好？啊。现在还是很惨的。
Alright guys, you have a new dealer. Good luck. Right here. All the best.
谢谢。
哎，我再推回去，你接不对，我在想这个事。那有60了。
10多的打出去你60他付了。
你人生1毛4一毛。牌运不好，赶快拆走。
Double up. Fast one.
再推几把推起来了。
2 to 4.
一把就是8万10万。
当然很有感觉的，什么28靠谱，过分。对。
好不容易跑赢。
对。
真的，我
本来可以不抛的，但你拿脚太明显了。没牌写在里面。
扛不住。
肯定领先，但是我
看得出吗？看不出的。
运气这么差。
而且是
其实它
花着牙齿。
A8，它这排12个盲，它4不能改的啊，4要过1把。
感觉遭受了极大的羞辱。
不然，但是我也不好改，但是你的比较明显的就增加了我抛的，就增加10%。
其实我推开就算了，你这个也无所谓。
7好，一般就5把。6赢了。
4、6块我可以接受。
所以难怪你在这个推的太快了，是不是？
好好玩。
180。
Very small 3-bet here from the big blind. Will Harder feel as though he needs to continue with his suited king in position here when getting over 3-1. Interesting, we didn't see the ace-queen jam pre-flop there. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand.
Allegedly racing the way of the championship event completed in Jerome. To send your players on a 60-minute dinner break. 60-minute dinner break before completion of the game. The 100 bagged chips are to be raced up. We're racing off the 100 bagged chips. Once again, winners, 100 bagged chips are to be raced off.
气的。
这样子更讨厌，这样子我容易当泡沫。宁愿现在是30多。
我上次就当泡沫。
烦。
我都没进过圈，这比赛太难了。
好，给我抽走吧，手一个大吗？
他那个是白讲。把大胡子抽走了。我也想抽走，桌子丢2个，大体吃掉，抽走。
Don't you my phone back?
下去快点，我们先进前圈再说。
I'll take a stop now.
空仔。辣的怎么说英语？这里面接，他跟他能接，还有，全是群老玩家的。
Yeah, very nice spot here for Zhang. 2 queens for the queen. And Chung here felt as though he was priced in after opening for 2 bigs on the button with the Jack-7 off. It's not a bad start for him. Top pair here on the flop. 9 of diamonds is a good one for Zhang. Removes some of Chung's outs. And that deuce of clubs, that beautiful brick on the river. That will secure the full double up here for Zhang. 28 players remaining here in this prestige high roller at your Red Dragon Poker Tour 2025 here in Jeju at your Landing Entertainment Resort and Casino. Haven't had the appearance of any dragons in the background yet, but do expect some later today as we approach towards the final table. But let's not look further than the money bubble for now. That will be the next milestone of this tournament.
说我可以不来嘛，我不能直接扔的嘛，我就敲嘛。
不是，我说我抠他的 open。
你抠他的。
Rebalancing the tables there. Losing one of the superstars, but that's okay. Still got a few here remaining.
29个，7个多嘛
29万是吧？我以为5个嘛。
太苦了，出发还可以活一会儿，不要再推我了。
人家看的话，那你应该配马的，是不是啊？要命的时候手牌摘掉一定要高，不然就完蛋了。
给我缓一点吗？
千万不要浪了，现在进去。
好过分，这样子来可以吗？
牌桌上这种打，
你不推我就抢回去，看他开那么松。
那哎呀，小路也不走了，打不过你。原来想走个小路。
好嘞。
过了，我这关过了。运气不行，你杀对勾勾也可以，不要圈圈。不知道 A 吧是吧
？2个都是。
其实我不关心你什么牌，我关心我自己什么牌。
And a potential car crash incoming here. Chung has opened things up with the queens. Zhang starting the hand with 16 big blinds. She is going to 3-bet and commit herself here. There's one of Zhang's aces right now, about to hit the muck. And I'm sure Chung here
We'll just request the triangle, ask for the rest of it right now. Yeah, we do here. Those two words. Let's see now if Zhang can spike it to stay alive. She is the shorter stack of the two.
比多，差不多，差不多，多点。我有个 A， 这 A 基本上没什么用，都发不出来，发现了。他是多少？他是60多，71万5，可能要他往你30万，你30万大补再收那个毛，就是60加个毛68万嘛，他71万真卡我了。对，他不29万多吗？他说对吧？啊，对，29万多对。哎呀，没办法，一圈人牌，7个人。
And it's always unfortunate when we lose the only female at the table, but that is the case here. GG Zhang, nice run, falling just short here of the money. And on we go here. Day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller. Nice pickup for that gentleman right there, Mr. Chung. 26 players remaining now. Do expect things to tighten up ever so slightly towards the bubble. Though not every single individual here a fan of ICM.
18万做个20万左右啊。对。他就没想放，他就想给你。他想到了，但是觉得太亏了。对。不要怂一点，靠你们拉倒。靠没有意义。也可以靠。啊，也可以靠。因为在接近前圈可以的，他实际不好。打一枪放了，不要了。对。那把我套进去了，我也靠了，我有个 A。我下次捞到 A 圈我就靠。哎呀，伤身体。27掉到26的时候，那就是小旭这个心掉了。我一定要跑赢把才能进圈，跑不赢我就掉了，熬不到圈我就掉了，除非外面直接撞牌干死我，一定要跑赢。
Pretty wild action already in this hand. It all started with Mr. Zhao Bin getting out of line pre-flop. And now Chung flopping at open-ender. Happy to call the c-bet in position. Zhao Bin now seemingly waving the white flag on the 3 of clubs. Does Chung want to take a free card here and try and get there? Does he want to try and bet and win this one right now? Will realize his equity and completely missing the board. And Zhao here finding some heart, although we can see he's got the best hand. Ace-9 here. Might not always be ahead, so he's going to bluff it. I don't see what Chung can represent or do at this point other than fold. And indeed he does get out of the way. 26 players remaining now. Heading to a short break in about 15 minutes time. We'll be advancing super close towards that bubble by that point. As you can see, the chip counts up on your screen once again. Day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller. And surely Tom is priced in here. Yeah, we are going to see a classic race on our hands. Joseph Chong, your WSOP main event champion here, Ace-Jack of Hearts. Flipping now against the pocket 8s here of Tom Hung. Needs to find some help, and immediately he will get it. Ace-Jack Deuce, Queen on the turn, only 2 outs now, and a bit of overkill there. Joseph improving to a full house on the river. So that's how he does it, huh? The main event champion. Easy game.
这节个好厉害哦！这节个到现在都有40个码中码，这比赛。我们这组是，我们这组不到中码。对啊，底下面码是。下面的桌子多是多，下次有些200万的可能不少。能做很久的筹码没有。对，没怎么变化。 这怎么样？咱这个阶段都很简单。320个人，现在还有3个人，还2个人，对了，差点买走。你挺好的，你只打一手牌哈。打得几张？
我也想多打几张，我跟马亮我不想。
我就是这个意思嘛，服得好好的，你看。
都没有机会再走。
打紧一点，打紧一点。啊？
我说刚才那个手牌一直没感觉到，刚才一直都没感觉，
一直没反，
一直没感应到那是，
从头到尾。
就是刚刚有一段时间一直没有感应到手牌，在这个框里。
哈，我知道，马都被人家赢走了，感不感应都没用。
没有放心，没有人看你打法啊，手机都在我那边呢。
我们是不是这个是还是那个是？
当前房出2万5万，当前出5万。
There he goes once again, clipping on the shades. Just flop a gutter and a backdoor flush draw here. But Chung, beautiful flop for the ace queen. Drills the top pair. C-bet sizing here. 30% pot. With the effective stacks here, I don't expect to see Jiang folding on the flop. It's not particularly nice being up against under the gun range here when we have an ace high board though. Not a good board for us in the big blind, but definitely a good one for the under the gun range. So he will just play this one slow, cautiously. Check calls the flop. Nice turn card for Daquiao. More straight outs, as you can see, top of the screen right now. 8 outs. Does he want to lead the turn? It's actually a nice turn card. Nice turn card for the big blind range, in the sense that we can improve here to 2 pairs and straights. So with this additional equity, do we now see him being the one here doing the betting instead of Mr. Chung? That is indeed the case. He will lead here on the turn for 1/3 pot. Chung going nowhere with the top pair. Quickly calls. Deuce of clubs on the river. Changes nothing there. Does bring in a 4-card straight, but not very likely. Daquiao is holding a 3. Only 3 that makes sense to bet the turn would be 6-3. Only a few suited combinations of that would be defending pre-flop. And he will wave the white flag, give this one up here. Chung now. Does he want to try and get paid for the rest of it? No. He'll check it back. And the ace queen there. Scoops a nice one. Nice pickup for Mr. Chung. 1.5 million chips to work with now.
他真的王赢了，他别的他打多少？你说？这发的对你很有利。啊，这个2分这个发对很有利的。越发越。对啊。主乐不？他开枪了吗？没开。开了一枪。我给他打了一枪，他跑掉。他有个卡对吧？卡7。啊。没有 flop 没有。 啊，肯定有56，那卡他扣神经啊，他也就常打，肯定有卡，没卡出来，他卡7，应该正常吧？哎，正常对，两头摇了是。然后我就想，补血。对。你说的对，他说的对，你不许的话，有可能真的是盖掉了。哦，打个阻止住是吧？其实我也怕你那个中出来我赢了。哎，那个没法的，没法你中出来我赢。我赢不到很多盘。他推我赢，你只能找抓。我应该会否，他没法我应该会否。
哎呀，右手 S 现在直接掉往下，感觉还是不能叠呀。
这个阶段可以不考试。
如果筹码小一点的，这样就看这个。对。但状态要直接 all in 的话呢，我就觉得没必要。
咱们没必要直接 all in 啊。
而且如果我们全盘不太合理，对不对？
咱转盘打得很轻，不像这个是。对。
应该说，如果你筹码多一点，是套球多一点。对。因为你没有什么目标，没有什么，就是马短就是有这个筹码，没有办法，尽力了。对。
泡沫期来了，告诉各位兄弟，我技术性拖时间哈，不见得有牌哈。这个叫
合理的。
合理拖时间。
对的，合理的。
没办法，我们老马。
对。
开始你看我打得飞快的，我卡一个也没用，10几中都没用。
有时间。
我现在每一把合理的拖时间，我们老马有利，因为进池很难进嘛。他们也没，就你的马深一点吧，他的马也还是可以。这兄弟都买到中马了，只有你有中马。
咱们桌子上都少。
你桌子吃亏。
下面桌子。
合理的拖时间吧，反正运气不好，把霉运拖掉。那关键时我有11张延时卡可用，1张30秒。
And both of these gentlemen here with the same hand, but Tom not looking to defend it.
我可以拖6分钟。
25 bigs to start the hand. Lets it go. The Janina. And we will be taking a very quick break here. Table redraw, last 24. See you guys soon for coverage of your Prestige High Roller.
This is 3.
Yes, feels good to be back. Locked in, locked and loaded. As we see some familiar faces and some fresh ones as well here at this feature table. This is your day 2 coverage of your Prestige High Roller here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour. Christian Harder on the screen right there. One of the end bosses of this wonderful game. Under the gun here. Jacking off. Let's see if Christian is a cheeky boy or not here. He's under the gun, so technically this would be a steal if you were to open here. Yeah, and off that stack depth. Elects to fold, and wisely so, because right behind him, Deji here with the goods. Pocket aces. Demas Patrick, welcome back, sir. played fantastic in the Baby Dragon event. Approaching the bubble here in the high roller. Mr. Demas Patrick here, Ace Queen offsuit. 25 bigs to work with here. Will come in for the min raise. And Zhang here, I'm sure, will be interested. Pocket 8 and hijack. He's happy to call. Has his opponent covered. Plenty of big blinds to work with.
Hello, Grant. I have returned. Had a
Act
brief
like you were never
pause.
left,
And
you've been here the whole time. I've been talking to myself, sir, but when I reply to myself in an Aussie accent, it feels natural. So it's been fine.
oh, of course. It makes it so much easier. And it looks like we have a familiar face. Patrick back on the stream table. We love to see it. King 9 deuce. Nobody connecting at all. These 8s for Zhang Li, still the best hand. Shout out to Roger Colbert Treewind on YouTube. Thanks for tuning in again. So it looks like a bet is going to get fired out by the 8s and the hijack. $140K, almost 3 big blinds. Patrick going to relinquish ace queen. 23 players left of 137 that entered. Have I missed anything exciting?
Absolutely not. I honestly fell asleep for about 90 minutes earlier. When I woke up, there's 13 players gone, pretty close to the bubble. Still haven't checked any of the information though, so I have no idea how many people will be in the money. Still half asleep over here, to be honest. I was just dozing off again there before you caught me, so thanks for that question. Perking me up once again. And yeah, who needs caffeine when you've got a friend like Jordan Bromley? Gets you fired up, gets you motivated, gets you dialed in and focused. And I tell you what, we are lucky to be alive here, watching these beautiful specimens play their A game on this feature table, this prestige high roller. And Joseph Chung here, Jordan, got a nice hand in early position.
You want to tell us about this hand? You've been giving us some in-depth kind of breakdown on this exact holding. What do we think of it this time?
Well, I've got a few hands here to talk about. Action right now on Queer Queen. However you want to say that, I'm not quite sure. However I said it, definitely not correct, but we'll roll with it. Queer Queen will get out of there. Good fold there with the homosexual waiter. And yeah, going back to the pre-flop action earlier, Joseph Chung opening up with the jacking off. It's not something I expect from Joseph. He's got a baby face on him, and he's on the shorter stack side. So when you've got a small stack, you probably shouldn't be messing around with jacking off here from early position. Probably wait until your stack is much bigger. When your stack is bigger, then you can start to execute some of these aggressive moves. And yeah, he will get punished for it here. Deji sees right through it, sees the small stack, seemingly laughing at it with his bigger stack, swings his stack, and Joseph Chung can't take the heat there.
So we are near the bubble. We are actually on the bubble. So hand-for-hand play about to kick off, I would think. 21 players paid. The min cash is going to be 13,150,000 Korean won. I'm glad you mentioned being caffeinated before, Grant, because I actually went for a walk and got myself a coffee. So I'm locked and loaded Nitro Brew. I'm going to be buzzing for the next 12 hours now, so it's going to take me all the way through this event.
Sounds mighty fantastic, my friend. I'm right there with you. Got 2 more coffees in the fridge. Iced Americano with the orange juice, with a double shot of espresso in each one of them. We're not playing around here. We're going all the way to the moon. As is Mr. Shen Zijin so far today. 4 million chips and change now. No surprise to see him open up another pot here.
Yeah, I've actually got myself an iced Americano with vanilla. Not quite onto the orange juice yet, but I might need to give it a go. It's the ace-4 puts the call in. Over to Ko Chung Chuen. 8-5 suited is going to put in the call. So three-way action. Shen Zejin still cruising along as the chip leader, it seems. Queen 9-9. With 2 hearts. So Shen with the nut flush draw. Looks like he's upgraded to a hoodie. Does it get very cold in the casino on site there, Grant?
Absolutely, sir. Indeed it does. It was actually snowing the last time I was there, so yeah.
Oh, wow.
Pretty extreme conditions.
Was that in September?
Jeju. No, that was in February this year. Last year in September, slightly warmer, but still not exactly warm.
I was just trying to see if potentially I ever went out to Jeju, whether or not I'd be able to see snow, because I've never seen snow before. So I was trying to see what the dates would look like.
Wow, I can't believe that, sir. Definitely had snow plenty of times in my time in the UK. Of course, along with the rain as well, every single day. But get the snow pretty much every other year, every 2 to 3 years at least. Snow pretty heavy. Schools get closed for a few weeks. And everyone will be outside. Snowball fights, sledging or tobogganing, whatever you want to call it. Everyone finding the biggest hill they can find and risking their life and neck, throwing themselves down it on a piece of plastic. And the golf course was my regular go-to on the snow days. Tobogganing there many times from some crazy heights, steep hills, but never scared, always courageous and brave. That was until I made myself a snowball, threw it, and hit who was supposedly the toughest guy in my opposite rival school, straight in his face. Had to run and hide, and wasn't so brave and courageous anymore at that point. But I do hope one day, Sir Jordan, you see some snow, get to experience the emotions come along with it. Quite a romantic, peaceful vibe, I have to say. And quite rare for an Australian guy not to experience some snowing, especially on a Friday night. You know what the great Seal once said in his song, Kiss from a Rose? My eyes... when it snows, did you know, my eyes become wide and the light that you shine can be seen. As we see on the outer table there, some action. Peng Yang, of course, he's involved in it. Standing up there, Mr. Ma Hao Hui, super high roller champion from Poker Dream, 2 times. Absolutely insane. And now here he is again with chips. On the bubble, not a surprise. Looks like this guy here, been put in the tank here by Peng Yang in the absolute blender on the bubble. Against probably the most aggressive guy in the whole room. But yeah, aggression does win tournaments. And again, it wins another pot here for Peng Yang.
And I must say that I absolutely love the orange 100k chips. The chipset at this venue is absolutely fantastic. I love how bright the colors are. Sometimes you can play at venues where the chips kind of look a bit difficult to discern from each other, but these are awesome. These are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. It's a rocker and a flocker and a big boy shocker. And those yellow chips really gleaming there under these stage lights. I feel like potentially a few of these players are wearing a little bit of makeup, a bit of foundation. You're not going to run one by me, get that past me. I know a bit of foundation when I see it. And Demas Patrick there. Top of my suspicion list. Chung here, trying to hide behind his hoodie. And he's trying to hide the fact he's got a big hand right now. Two ladies here, facing a 3-bet in front of him. I think at this stack depth, 24 bigs, Jordan, it's triangle time.
Yeah, I think, though it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking on the bubble, I think we still need to be pulling the trigger on this hand. The ladies are just too pretty. The WCH's glorious hand, as it looks like he's actually just going to call. And I don't know if I like this very much. What do you think, Grant?
I'm not too sure about this one, Jordan. Cold call in here. Potentially inviting the third player to come along as well. Most importantly, not denying the equity of your opponent. Pretty risky. Any king or ace on the flop. Not a great sight, but maybe he knew that 6-5 deuce 2 spades would roll off, because here the AG, after bluffing pre-flop now, after catching such a big piece here and having the ace of spades, it's going to be hard to get away immediately. He will just end up leading out here. Perhaps can't use the word lead there. He was the pre-flop aggressor, but still, he's betting into a cold caller.
Yeah, and I wonder if Chung is going to choose to just put the remainder in here, given there is no ace or king on this flop. Looks like he's going to raise. And I think in Zhou's perspective, this is going to look very, very strong. The call is going to be made, though. So we'll see you on the turn. What will it bring here? 1.525 million in the middle. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Queen's still very good, and it's going to get jammed on. The call's made, but the cards need to stay on their back.
Or on their front, rather. Don't turn them over just yet, gentlemen. We are on the direct bubble, waiting for other hands and outer tables to conclude before we have a showdown here. But yeah, the ace-5 completely done its sack. Needs to find some help here on the river. Needs an absolute gift here, or he will be gifting his chips to Mr. Chung here on the bubble. If we do see an ace from space or a 5, we are in the money here for your prestige high roller. But that is not the case. King of Hearts nice and clean there for Chung Chun. And those queens played it tricky pre-flop. Perhaps worked out even better than taking an aggressive line, because he got absolute max value there from the ace-5. Fair enough. Did have his tournament life at risk, but again, worked out great for him. And on the bubble now, he's chilling, solidifying his likelihood to make it into the money.
As I must apologize, I definitely called those chips orange before. They are for sure yellow. Ace Jack for Joseph Chung. Puts in most of his chips. Getting it through. And that will slow us down once again, given we need to wait for play at the outer tables to complete. Christian looks bored.
Yeah, I feel you, my friend. Hold on there, Christian. We'll be in the money soon, my fella. Yeah, these nits on the outer tables, taking their time, tanking. You can see him. He wants to go and dash his time banks at their heads right now. You can read it in his eyes. He's got his thoughts written all over his face. I'm not just making this stuff up, and I would never accuse him of it if it wasn't true. You'll see his hands now starting to clench. And that's okay. He's not in the immediate danger zone here. And definitely been here before, knows how to navigate the bubble. Fully aware of ICM, so do expect him to get another cash and another flag on his Hendon mob here. Yeah, as I said, fully aware of ICM there. Eighth and a diamond. Just lets it go. 12 bigs. Doesn't even want to try and come for a min raise. Just not going to VPip at all on the bubble.
Folding it to Ji Shaking in the big blind. 10-3 suited. Typically a hand you'd probably defend. Unsure if he's going to, given the bubble.
While we are simmering on this bubble, Jordan, I think I'll fire a few questions your way. Wake up that brain of yours, get you thinking. And at the same time, try and entertain some of the viewers here. And it's absolutely insane how many people we've got watching right now. It's really hard to keep up with the chat as well. So you guys just have to bear with us. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in to this day 2 of your Prestige High Roller here at your Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju. And there was a farmer and he had 20 sheep.
Hang on, looks like we have an all-in and a call. Aces all in.
And you see the triangle next to the aces. So short stack is way ahead for now. So yeah, it does look like easy hold for the aces there. Full double up. We're still on the bubble. On we go. There was a farmer. He had 20 sheep, 10 pigs, and 10 cows. But if we called the pigs cows, how many cows will the farmer have?
Well, there would still be 10. Because you're not... calling them a different name doesn't change what they are.
Ladies and
That's
gentlemen,
probably a pretty controversial thing to say, but...
we won't be getting back to you in the chat. We've got more important things to address, and that is the fact that I am announcing this commentary here on this Prestige High Roller alongside a genius. It is still 10 cows. You can call the pigs whatever you want, but it doesn't make them a cow. And the same goes for you guys out there. You can call me whatever you like. It doesn't make me the label you give me. Although, if that label is out of your mind, you're probably accurate. And maybe Shen Zijin is out of his mind here for 3-betting King 5 offsuit, but on the bubble, who can blame him? And I think Zhang here is getting punished for opening way too wide. When you have a big stack to your left here on the bubble from the cutoff, you've got to play tighter ranges. 9-7 offsuit there. Lost 2 big blinds more than perhaps he should have. And yeah, you can see now it's Demas's turn here to get angry and frustrated on the bubble. Impatient, waiting for the next hand, staring at the dealer there like he wanted to headbutt her, but it's okay. She gets the message, pitches the cards as fast as she can. She's literally shaking as she deals there. Shifts a little bit away from him, give him some space. And yeah, he's fuming with the 8-6 offsuit, sends it back at her. And next question, Jordan. What kind of murderer is full of fiber? As we see Mr. Chung here. Ooh, opening up the queen. But he's going to walk into superior, dominated partner. The ace king here. Joseph. Virtual all-in.
And I hate to cut you off, but would that be a serial killer?
Ladies and gents, once again, can you adjust the spotlight, please, sir? Down a little bit, to the left a little bit. There you go. Right on, Mr. Jordan Bromley. Absolute genius he is. He's 2 for 2. It's a fine day to be alive, and what an even brighter day to be alongside this gentleman here. It's a Sunday fun day indeed. Good luck to all the grinders out there later today in the online streets.
Are you potentially going to be dabbling in the streets today?
And of course not, absolutely not. I will not be playing any tournaments alongside Call of this action. I'll be too engaged and too locked in with what's going on the screen in front of us. And who can blame me here? We have a main event champion, Mr. Joseph Chong, one of the legends, and still going, still playing great, still running deep, final table in pretty much everything. Very active on the Asian circuit lately is Joseph Chong. Had the pleasure to meet him and chat to him at some Poker Dream series before.
As we press the pause button once again for the hands at the outer table to complete. Raise from Shen. Ko Chung not caring at all about the bubble. Puts in the call. Queen Jack 4. The very cuspy 10-6 offsuit. Still the best hand.
And I'm sure we're going to be in waiting mode again. So we'll go to the next question. Final question, because I don't want to rack your brain too much, Jordan. But I want you to see if you can name 5 countries that end in land.
All right, let's give it a go. So we've got Finland, Switzerland, New Zealand, Ireland, and I will think of it. I would say Netherlands, but it ends in lands, not land, so that doesn't count.
I'll give you this one. I think that's an actually pretty amazing effort there, because the first few quite unconventional. Finland, New Zealand, Switzerland, sorry. Not usually one that people think of straight away. Ireland, sure. New Zealand, also a good shout. Netherlands, number 5. But let's go to the next level now. Did we just see pocket nines folded there? We did indeed. That's the power of the big stack on the bubble, and he's really pushing it here. 3-4 offsuit. But yeah, cards don't matter at this point. Exercising the big stack amazingly well, Zijin. All right, I want you to try and now name another 5 countries ending in land. I think if you dig a little bit deeper, you can get there, my friend. You can do it. I believe in you.
All right, I'm gonna need to think a little bit about it. We've got Thailand. I don't think we'll count Swaziland from Africa.
We absolutely will.
Okay.
That's an amazing shout. It is a country. It has its own flag. It is a small country in Africa. So we will definitely be giving that one. I believe that puts us to 7.
3 more, huh? My geography is failing me. Poland.
That's a great shout, sir. Number 8. Only 2 more. There's 2 very easy ones. that surprisingly you haven't already thought of. Now, once again, Zijin throws the hammer down. 10-6 suited under the gun on the bubble for this gentleman. Doesn't really matter if he looks at his cards or not anymore. He's raising.
Oh, England, of course.
It's finally clicking.
What is the
That's
other
number
one
9.
that I'm missing?
And don't
What
think
is
too
another
far.
one that I'm missing?
Far being the clue. Don't think too far at all. Let's go a
Looks
little
like
bit
it is
north.
actually. Well, Greenland isn't a country specifically.
Greenland, that is acceptable for number 10, but let's replace that one with an easier one, a more solidified country. If I was in my hometown, Birmingham, central England, get in my car, start driving north, get to the
Scotland,
border.
of course. Of
We
course.
are
Yep, definitely caught napping there.
10 there for a bonus one, so pretty impressive. That's 3 for 3. This guy's a genius, ladies and gents. And Haobao here on the outer table, checking back. Let's see if he's got any genius moves. It's just a direct bubble. He's got his opponent covered. But no, doesn't look interested at all there. Lets that one go.
As I will say, I'm not very happy with that table and the way that the stack was sitting for that player. They had all of their 5k chips in front of their 25k chips. Some Alec Torelli business going on there.
Yeah, don't worry. You're not as angry as me, my friend, but see a queen here. Not angry at all. Pocket aces on the bubble. Perfect time to just raise small and pray that the big stack puts the pressure on.
Now in the Baby Dragon, the first flight that we covered, there was a bubble situation with pocket kings that was very unfortunate. I'm hoping for Ji Xia King's case here, there's not a repeat of that. The kings were cracked by the ace-7 offsuit, and Ko Chung Chen working up with pocket jacks in the cutoff. Played queens very, very cautiously to get the stack that he has currently. It looks like a 3-bet is going to go in. Action folding through the blinds now. Oh, wow. What on earth is happening here? Pocket Kings has awoken in the small blind. This is an outrageous hand to witness on the bubble.
Yeah, this is pure sickness, Jordan. Surely now the money is going into the middle. It's only a question of how. And it will be interesting to see if Chung can get away from the jacks here when the action is back on him. The ace is ahead for now, but Xia Qing is the short stack. So if we do see aces cracked, we are going to see the bubble burst here in disgusting fashion. But yeah, this is a sick cooler here. Aces, kings, jacks.
And I wonder whether or not there's any consideration to make it a size that would reopen the action should there be an all-in, but I don't think that really matters given how short the play with aces is. So it looks like it's going to go up to 1.4 million. 1.3 million even. As the aces have followed suit and put the chips in. And everybody must be looking at this and absolutely stoked with what they're seeing. But I think it also will give Ko Chung the opportunity to get away from his hand. This action looks incredibly strong, and the fold is made. Bit of a chuckle here between these two guys, knowing that maybe the kings aren't in the shape that we initially thought they were going to be. She's just waiting there with aces, like, okay, there's a lot of things happening. I'm not too stressed.
Yeah, my man chilling right now, praying that the aces hold up. And yeah, nicely folded there by the jacks, aware of the dynamics here. Zhang Li not messing around on the bubble. He's got the goods, but unfortunately not good enough for now. But if he can spike a king here, we will see the bubble bursting.
Oh my goodness, a king in the window. The sickest way to bubble a tournament. Still 2 opportunities to locate an ace, but quads on the turn instead. And GG's in the chat for the aces.
Indeed. Yeah, yuck there for Zhang Li. Pretty sick. He's way behind pre-flop, but after the river. He's laughing now. Quads. And what a sick, unfortunate way for his opponent there to bust. Having the aces cracked on the bubble. Just like that, guys, we're in the money here. We'll take a short break and come right back and resume coverage of this Prestige High Roller for day 2 of a champion later today. Myself, Grant Gardner, and the Aussie legend, Jordan Bromley. Let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Red Dragon Poker Tours Prestige High Roller, day number 2. We are officially in the money, bubble bursting in dramatic fashion. Not long ago, aces no match for kings. Flopping top set and turning quads. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Grant Gardner, the dynamic commentary duo for you for this entire series. This is day number 4, I believe. And we will be going all the way through to the 10th of May. So a further 6 more days. Blinds at 30k, 60k in this one. And Joseph Chung has ripped in ace-8 suited. And he's been snapped off by the ace-king on the button. These hands are going to get turned over and he's going to need some help. Let's see if he can get it. A heart in the window is nice. 2 hearts. And the 10 of hearts will secure him the double up, turning the nut flush. Getting a look at the players at this table. Mr. Harder, our short stack with 5.9 big blinds. Shen Zijin letting go of Jack 6. Stephen Harder letting go as well. Oh, Zhao would have been snapping it off. Joseph Chung letting go of the Queen 9 suited. Maybe perceived as a little bit tight, but there's plenty of very aggressive players behind him. Show in the small blind jamming the 10-7 offsuit, and Patrick with a very easy call with ace 8. Cards will be on their backs. Patrick really wanting to hold here. Should he lose, he'll be down to 1.5 blinds. That's a good start. Ace in the window. 2 aces, in fact. Zhao is essentially drawing dead here. The 5 and the 7, meaningless. Knockout is guaranteed, and Patrick up to 1.4 million. Going to be feeling a lot better about things now. These 6 players at the table, their stacks are as so. Shen Zijin, still our commanding captain, 4.9 million. As the blinds are getting pretty expensive. The ace 3 going to be taken north. Stephen letting go of ace 6. And it looks like it's going to get all the way through. Actually, nobody wants a piece at all. As the rich get richer and richer. Feels like the moment that Stephen's been waiting for. King 5 suited for 5.5 big blinds is definitely going to be good enough. And in go the biscuits. Patrick is going to ask for a count. Could definitely consider putting the call in here or finding a rejam himself. Looks like instead, Stephen is just going to get it through. Shen opening. Over to Patrick. 23 big blinds. King Jack suited. Going to put in the call from late position. Oh, but Joseph Chong in the small blinds woken up with 10s, and he's just going to rip. Shen's going to ask for a count, but I think when he sees exactly how much it is, I think he's just going to be letting this one go. This is for close to 30 blinds. Should Shen call this off and lose, Joseph would actually be the table captain, the table chip leader. And the fold is made, and I think Patrick is going to be following suit behind as well. Yeah, down it goes. Another nice pot going Joseph Cheong's way, up to over 2 million. $20 players left, 137 entered. So we have a dealer change. King Queen is going to qualify. Good luck, sir. In the biscuits go. Action folding around to Shen. 9-8 offsuit. Nobody with a hand good enough to call. Patrick under the gun. Not interested. Over to Sang Lee. Queen 9, raising it up here. Looks like Shen was considering a 3-bet in the small blind with King 5 suited. Christian harder in the big blind. 4-3 offsuit, just a muck. Zhang takes another one down. Zhang Lee, pocket 5s. Christian keeps waking up with hands that he would love to jam, but given there's already been an open, not today. Patrick is going to call King Jack. So we'll go heads up here. King 10-8. Nice flop for Patrick. Zhang going to have another look at his 5s before throwing out a continuation bet. Looks like a check raise from Patrick. What is Zhang going to do in response to this? He does have the 5 of hearts in his hand, given there are 2 hearts out there. But I think on a board like this, facing a check raise from a stack as relatively small as Patrick's is, I think just relinquishing these hands is the best way to go. So Patrick picking up a nice one, up to 1.6 million now. The only player at this table in any immediate danger is Christian. Mr. Harder getting down to around 7 blinds. Really going to have to try and find some love. A suited jack is going to be enough, I would think. I believe some good lucks are going to be in order here. So 8 bigs in total. As maybe he thinks that he doesn't have as much fold equity and decides to just let go. Patrick's looking up at the screen. Puts in the call. Ko Chung Chun going to check 10-6. Queen 9-5. No improvement for either player. The ace high still the best hand. Unfortunately for Ko, not much 10-6 offsuit can do there, so just has to fold. Another pot going Patrick's way. Some of these shorter stacks starting to put in some work here. It's not for lack of aggression from the chip leaders. Chips are just moving back and forth at the moment. Over to Sen Jijin. 8-6 suited. It's going to fold over to the blinds. Nobody with anything. Joseph Chung in the big blind. Queen 10. Definitely worthy of a defend, and he puts it in. 340k in the middle. Starting stack in this tournament was 300. As we see the Queen 5 deuce flop, Joseph is rocketing himself into the lead. Three of spades on the turn, giving Shen a little bit of life in the shape of the gut shot, but it probably wouldn't give him much action. Given an ace would also complete that straight, so Joseph probably just going to overfold instead. The king of diamonds. Check mark firmly with Joseph. See what Shen decides to do. Looks like he's going to try and bluff this river, and I think Joseph is just going to be snapping him off. In goes the bet. And a very, very quick call. Joseph Chung picking up another nice pot up to 2.4 million. Exile Taz says, Hajra, Patrick. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Let us know whereabouts you are watching from. It's even harder now. Queen, Jack, offsuit, and hijack. Potentially a good luck moment. He did pass up on the Jack-6 suited before. Wonder if we're going to see a similar choice made here. Nope. The chips are getting double clutched into the middle. Action folding around to Joseph, who with ace-king will not be letting it go. Puts in the call, and Stephen Harder is at risk. Needing to find a queen or a jack to stay alive. And, well, that is not a queen or a jack, but he flops a straight. Needs to fade a club or a queen on the river. And the river is a 7. So straight on the board, but no chopping it up here. Full double up to 1.1 million. Nice hand, sir. $10-8, not enough. Likewise, Patrick's Jack-8, not wanting to get involved. How about 10-8? Once again, this time suited. In it goes the raise. Zhang Li in the small blind puts in the call, pocket 4s. It's going to allow Shen to come along. 3 ways. King, Queen, 9, all diamonds. Shen out into the lead with the best hand. Bottom pair on the flop, but Zhang equal with him in percentage. Only play with a diamond, so going to have to keep an eye on those turns. Bet of 80k and the 4s getting out of the way. Likewise, 9-5. Hello, Saratoga Slim and On. Thank you for tuning in. I'm excited for this final table as well. Going to be plenty of action. Joseph Chung opening deuces, ace-9 for Shen. Three bet from Shen to 380k. These deuces, 1.8 million to start. They're going to go down. Chip leader flexing his muscles a little bit there. Haven't seen too much of that. He's been relatively quiet. So we're looking at dinner menus. Mealtime coming up around the corner. On Shanxi Jin. Ace 3 offsuit, good enough. As I'm a little bit surprised he didn't. Ooh, aces in the small blind. I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised he didn't just jam, but I forgot that the man in the small blind had already found a double, and now he's going to try and build on that with these aces. I think a 3-bet is incoming. I think jamming is out of the question. It looks like he's announced 275. Or 265, sorry. Patrick's getting rid of the king 4. Back over to Shen. He has an ace in his hand, making it a lot more difficult for his opponent to have one. Not just one, his opponent has 2. So this would not be a very good moment to try and put as much pressure on as possible. He's going to flick in a time bank chip, or a time bank card, excuse me. Give this one a bit of thought. Looks like he is just going to fold. Another nice one for the table short stack. Not so more though, over 20 big blinds. King 8 for Patrick. Forgive me, King 9. Getting my numbers crossed. Going to put in a 3-bet to 450k. Back over to Sang Lee, who lets it go. Another pot going Patrick's way. Shen just folding, ace 5. A little bit surprising. Definitely felt like he was going to open that one. This looks like Patrick let go of the Queen Jack there. Christian. He's going to take it down. Nobody wanting a piece. Takes himself up to 1.3 million, so still cruising along nicely. Getting a look at the lovely studio setup they have here at Landing Casino in Jeju. If you guys have been there before, let me know. Personally, it's going to be on my bucket list. Sang Lee limping the small blind. Shen. Not let the price sit at that, raising to 150k. Very quick fold from Queen Deuce. Patrick Demis on screen. Saw him many times in the Baby Dragon stream. Running deep in this high roller. This is day number 2 of 2, guys. 20 players left. It's about 9:30 p.m. local time. So it's going to be a late one. Shen getting a look at the stacks, seeing if he wants to be opening this. No, just decides not to. Ace Jack for the chip leader. It's always dangerous when the man with all of the power wakes up with a decent holding. Queen 6 offsuit in the small blind is the opposite of a decent holding. Well, he looks curious. He made it 265 with aces in this spot not long ago. Are we going to see something frisky here? No, we are not. Over to Patrick, who has an ace himself. Just comes with a call, so pot up to 340,000. An ace is dangerous for Patrick. Ace 10-9. No thoughts of a chop at any point in this hand, given the jack in Shen's is going to be very difficult to be counterfeit. Bet of what looks to be 100k, not 10k, and a call from Patrick to a turn card. The king of spades. Shen adding a gut shot as backup just in case. Check from Patrick. Those 3 spades are going to make it a little bit less comfortable for the ace-3, which may save some money. It looks like Shen is not slowing down, though. Another bet reached and placed. Looks like 225. Or 208. And whilst you don't love it in Patrick's shoes, not sure if you can be folding top pair just yet. And he is going to reach for those blue chips. 25,000 each to put in the call. 7 outs to chop this one up for Patrick. What'll happen? It will be a 10. We mentioned it not being a high possibility, and it comes in on the river. This is going to be a chopped pot unless one of these gentlemen folds. Patrick checks it over. Shen. Stack to pot ratio of roughly 1.25. Could we see him launch a decisive blow to try and take this pot down, or are we going to see him check it back here? Looks like he is reaching for all of the chips. Patrick in a disgusting spot. This is for his tournament life. We can see from our end that this is a split pot, but sitting in that seat, and Patrick instantly does not look comfortable with this decision that he has to make. Fantastic bet here from Shen, recognizing that there's a chance this could be a chopped pot. Applying the maximum amount of pressure, and down goes the chop. Well played by Shen Zejin there. He takes himself back up to 4.9 million chips. Patrick now slipping down to being our short stack. Not in immediate danger. Still 20 big blinds. Still lots of playability in a stack like that, but probably wishes he had around 30. Which he would have had he made that call. Action first on the Phenom Team Pro there. Joseph Chung, King Jack suited. As the blinds have ticked up to 40k, 80k with an 80k big blind ante. He's going to raise it to 160. Action on Shen. 6-4 suited won't be good enough. Over to Christian. Queen 8 suited. Those of you might be wondering why I'm calling him Christian. As his name says, his name is Stephen Harder. I believe Stephen is his middle name. It's like some delicious food being consumed in the background there. No doubt these guys are relatively hungry. It's been a long day of play. Joseph grazing the ace deuce. Shen defending king 5. Ace and a couple of 9s is going to give Joseph basically the check mark straight away. But he knuckles it back to the 3 of clubs on the turn. Shen not falling for it. The queen on the river. Another check. And maybe we could see a king high hero. And yep, it goes in. Nicely played there by Joseph Chong, managing to get the maximum. Joseph raising to 160 in the cutoff with Queen 10 over to Christian. Playing snap, but with the suited variety. Looks like it's just going to see him come along with a call. So 440 in the middle. A couple of kings and a 5, 2 clubs. Nice flop for Christian. Joseph going to be betting one big blind on this paired board. Paired boards are a bit awkward to navigate with a flush draw. You probably want to play as a check raise, but he may not want to on a king high board. So it's definitely a board pair that connects heavily with your opponent's opening range. So because of that, he's just going to come with a call. Turn card is a queen. So these guys looking closer and closer like they're going to chop it up, but Christian with a free roll. Second bet going in from Joseph. 300,000, a quarter of Christian's remaining stack. What do we see here from the man on screen? He's going to be continuing. It's just a matter of whether or not he continues with a jam or a call. Looks like just a call. No doubt these guys have played plenty of hands of poker against each other. What will the river bring? It is a 9, so this one's going to get chopped up. Unless one of them folds. No, check, check. Chop up the biscuits. Getting a look at the trophy and the stacks at this table. So wait for things to clear up in the background. Shan definitely the most active. Patrick the least. If you guys are watching on YouTube or Facebook, let us know in chat where you are watching from. So it looks like our field has actually gotten down to 16. So this could be means for a brief intermission in the proceedings whilst we get down to our final 2 tables. Getting a look at some of the fresh faces that are going to be joining us. Recognize a few of these guys. Patrick's King Jack, 15 big blinds under the gun. Sang Lee, 1.8 million. Ace 4 offsuit in the cutoff, raising to 160k. Shen, interested, pocket threes. Not interested enough. Christian Harder, ace 8 suited. Started this one with about 19 big blinds. Puts in the jam. 1.5 million. Back over to Sang Lee, ace 4. I think this one's just going to be folded, and it is. Doesn't want the smoke. Christian up to 1.8 now. Jam from Hugh Lay and cut off 785k. Take it down. We want to end that. John intentionally trying to anger me with how he's got his chip played out. Stack of 5Ks in the middle of 25Ks is infuriating. Players remaining. currently locked himself up 13.1 million Korean won. Not even close to what is up top, though. 181 million for the winner. Xu Haobao. Ace-9 offsuit. Probably just going to get a look at what these stacks look like before making his decision as to whether or not he could just be jamming his hand or whether or not a min raise is the way to go. As I know that Patrick doesn't have too many chips, but I'm not sure about the player in the big blind. As he did use a time bank, so he's going to have to pay the tax. Ooh, and Ko Chung Chun waking up with jacks in the big blind. Luckily for Xu, he did not just jam. All in announced. Going to weigh the options up. Asked for the exact count. Ko looking pretty cozy. Doesn't look like he's worried about this situation very much. Getting a look at the VPIP. Some of these numbers won't be entirely accurate as they've only just gotten to the table. Shen opening ace-king. Chip leader with a strong hand is a scary prospect. And he's going to get it through. Nobody wanting anything. Still hovering around that 4.7 million. All an announce from Yu Lei, 985k into the middle. Christian Harder next to act, ace-10 suited. It's a jam for 12.5 bigs. He's going to ask for a count. Probably feels like it should be a call, but or a rejam, but in these dynamics, maybe he just errs on the side of caution, and that is what he's going to decide to do.
哇哇好攰啊，冇瞓啊，冇瞓覺。我瞓咗2個鐘，琴日都瞓唔着，隔離一定都朦朦喺度洗嗰啲咩嗰啲執房啊。好唔好食啊啲嘢？食咩啊？快啲打電話飲酒啊！
Christian's king 8 suited. Once again, just going to err on the side of caution. Passes it up. Shu Hao Bo. Ace Jack offsuit. Don't think he's going to be doing the same. Zhang Li waking up with the ladies. Very dangerous spot for this ace jack, getting 3 bets to 425. Shen snap folding. Ace 8 suited, back over to ace jack. These guys sub 20 big blinds effective. This 3 bet no doubt looking very strong. Just decides to fold.
What time is it? I don't even like 8 or something. I got no idea.
I haven't had a phone for like 3 hours now.
Yeah, I miss my phone.
Yeah. Anyone know roughly what time?
I guess
4 o'clock. What?
Around 9 o'clock.
9?
Yeah, I guess. They have a clock. 现在几点？济州岛时间那个9点。Yeah, it's 9.
9. Thank you.
That has a clock.
Sixes for Christian.
Good internal clock. 会比香港时间要 1 hour faster.
Just folds. Patrick, king 10. Action folding around to Yulei in the big blind, 6-4 offsuit. Not today, I wouldn't think. But maybe he could be tempted to find the defend, given he only has around 13 big blinds. Not, no. Does decide to fold. Patrick takes that one down, still hovering around 1.2 million. don't think 7 deuce is going to be doing anything. Ace 10 for Sang Lee. Raises to 160k. Shen, Jack 9 suited. Definitely wants to start putting some pressure on some of these guys, but it's a little bit awkward when he has 2 stacks at the table at 14 big blinds behind still to act, so. He would love to be able to 3-bet a hand like this, but he is always going to have the thought in the back of his mind about you lay behind him, but he decides to go for this anyway. Zhang agonizing, facing this 3-bet. Wow, it actually looks like he comes with the 4-bet. What is this? There are certain things that I had on my bingo card, and this was not one of them. The NAI 4-bet off of a 24 big blind stack with the ace-10 offsuit. What is Shen going to do now? Because he has to feel that there's probably not much folding going on should he choose to put in the 5-bet jam. Ace King for Shu Haobo. Facing the limp from Christian in the small blind. Capitano cheering on Patrick. Shen Zejin, ace-10 offsuit. Opens it up. You lay jamming though. Shen putting in a very quick call. Queen 10-4 it is. You lay in good shape. Needs to fade running clubs. Can do. Deuce of clubs on the river. Meaningless. You lay 6-5 suited off the back of that double. Sitting with almost 30 big blinds. Things could go either way with this hand. Looks like he's going to err on the side of opening. Taking it up to 160,000. Christian. No hands for quite a while. Likewise, Zhu and Patrick. Ko Chung, very quick call. Defense with King Du suited. 6-5 takes the lead though. C-bet comes out from you, and I don't think King High with backdoor flush draw is going to be enough to continue with. As he does relinquish. Still 16 players, no eliminations. Things very, very slow at the moment. No doubt some eliminations will start occurring thick and fast, I would think soon. You lay with queens again. This guy is card racked at the moment. Christian Harder folding 7-5. Queen Jack suited for Shu. Very pretty hand, but not too good against pocket queens as he announces a call. King 8 offsuit for Joseph in the big blind. Looks like he wants to come along. And he'll be glad he did. Takes the lead. King 5 deuce. Couple of hearts. Looks like it's the worst hand doing the betting. 250,000 from the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Nothing but a backdoor straight draw and flush draw.
250.
Call from the King. Six of spades on the turn. The Queen's actually going down on the flop. It's going to take a lot of aggression here from Shu to take this hand down. I don't think Joseph has called this to fold. Does just knuckle it back. River is a 7 of diamonds. Changing nothing as we cut to a split screen action. Wonder if Joseph is going to reach out there and try and find a value.
Changing nothing indeed. Right always, aren't you? Good to be back. I've missed you a lot.
Welcome back, sir. Nice River going check, check.
Back with a bang, I have to say. Absolutely gaff to be here.
How are you feeling now? Had a short break, back to it.
Feeling fantastic, feeling re-energized, and once again, feeling blessed to be here, to be commentating this coverage of your Prestige High Roller. Second and final day. Final two tables now. 16 players remaining, and we're very close to handing out those bad boy hats once again. And yeah, tried to cop one of those myself, but was denied access. Only final table lists of certain events will be awarded with those hats. So I'm going to have to try and do it the hard way. Make my way over to Jeju. Play some side events for the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
As I'm going to have to just make a quick comment here, something that I didn't know until right this moment. Patrick Demis, sitting in seat number 9, is actually a poker live streamer on Twitch. So, a face that has decided to jump into the live scene from playing a lot online, looking through his Instagram at the moment, plenty of results. So, no doubt a lot of you guys are going to be potentially here watching to see him take this one out, potentially.
And please do share the link of that guy's social media. He's very, very handsome. So I'll be sliding in the DMs later today. No class from me. Don't expect it. None here. I'll be myself as always, and I'll slide right in there. Into the DMs.
I have just posted a link to his Instagram page onto the YouTube comments, so you'll be able to go in there and have a look.
The Demis Patrick. Yeah, potentially game over. The A7 right here. Does get the better hand to fold behind. Tough to call off there with Ace-8 when you have so many people behind you. And the jam is essentially 10 big blinds effective. So nice pick up there for the streamer.
Yeah, mission accomplished. Action folding around to Shu Haobo. Ace 9 offsuit. Not going to open this one from +1, Patrick. Nice hand in blackjack, not so much in hold'em. Ko Chung Xuan. 1.6 million to start. King deuce suited, good enough from the hijack. But not good enough against Ace King offsuit. Sang Lee waiting on the button. Taking that one down. I love the clock that is being used there on the table. I know a lot of different places use just an iPad, but I think the idea of having a clock that can display to all areas is a fantastic way to go. Over to our former chip captain, Shen Zejin. 30 big blinds, good for almost 30 big blinds with the ace-8, going to come with a raise.
Yeah, and he's still got the demeanor of a captain.
Oh my god, you lay with queens. This is the third time he has had queens in about 10 minutes. This guy is absolutely card-racked right now.
He's loving the ladies.
Christian very quickly out of the way. Back over to Shen Zejin. He doubled you in a similar spot earlier, ace-10 against you's queens. Wonder if there's going to be a repeat of that here. Probably doesn't want to give him any more chips. This is a 3-bet to just touch under 6 big blinds, so a relatively small size. Looks like the answer this time is no. Bit of a laugh about how often he's getting queens there. As, oh my goodness, it looks like Joseph has actually heard what I said about his chip stack and he's made an adjustment. No longer does he have a stack of reds right in the middle of his other stacks of blue chips. He's actually put it to the side. He has opened the Jack-10 suited here. 5s for you on the button. Not today. Christian, oh, I could tell he was waiting for his turn to act, and we can see why. 14 big blinds, pocket kings. He was as low as 5 bigs earlier. And looks like he's just going to jam the kings. Joseph, very pretty Jack-10 suited, but not going to be sticking around. So I hope we get to see a tally of the chip counts here now. I'd love to see how everything is laying as far as how many chips everybody has. Shen had 5 million almost earlier. He slipped down to 2.7, and look at the average stack along the board. Everybody is basically neck and neck now. I wonder if there are some gigantic stacks at the outer table. Because there's right now no player with more than 30 blinds. Eights for you, raising to 200,000. Shu with ace-8. Decides not to get involved, and now over to Patrick's Queen 4 offsuit. There are certain hands that you can still consider defending off of a 10 big blind stack. I don't know whether or not Queen 4 qualifies, Grant. You would know this better than I would.
Yeah, that's a great
To
question.
think the answer is yes.
When you're down at this stack depth, you've got to try and preserve every single big blind. And I think Queen 4 off here, a little bit too wide. Maybe he knew what was going to roll off on the flop, though. And that is definitely more powerful than any luck. That is skill at its finest. Knowing when you're going to flop top pair. But yeah, I do think from a GTO perspective here, a little bit too loose there pre-flop.
I'm very curious if he's going to choose to find a small check raise here on this flop. Looks like he is counting something out, and that looks like 275. So he does put in a check raise. And I really like this. One thing you'll find pretty often at these low stack depths is these check raises with top pair hands. Perfectly on display there from Patrick. I think it's a little bit too large. Probably could have gotten away with making it 2.5 big blinds, but either way, takes the pot down. As if at any point you think I'm talking a bit out of pocket here, Grant, and something doesn't sound exactly right to you, because you're going to be much more knowledgeable on tournaments than I will, please let me know.
I'm pretty surprised.
Talking out of my proverbial.
You didn't add cash games to that list as well, so pretty damn optimistic from yourself there. But fair enough, sir. I will always step in and correct if I see something way out there. But so far, you've been nothing but genius, and I've just been sat here in awe. And Harder Steven now certainly sounds like a video you've watched in your time, Mr. Jordan Bromley. In the cutoff,
I feel like
gets away from the jacking off there.
Reduce the size. I feel like they should reduce the size of his name and make it Harder Steven, please. As Patrick waking up with 7s in the small blind facing this under the gun, 1 open from Zhang, 15 bigs. Against an early position player, it's never going to be too comfortable, but I think this hand's a little bit too good to be folding, and he does pull the trigger. Triangle flung his way. Zhang's going to ask for a count. It's going to be for almost 2/3 of his stack should he make the call. 1.6 million, the total amount. He is not very happy with this spot. He actually looks rather bothered by this. It's another look at the ace-jack, knowing that this is actually quite a disgusting one. What would you do in this position, Grant? Looks like he is going to lean the way of fold.
Yeah, very, very tough spot here. Do not mind bailing out the aggression there. Deems Patrick. So cute, so handsome. Surely he wouldn't be bluffing me. Those would be the kind of thoughts going through my mind. And perhaps that's exactly what my man was thinking there. And that's why he ended up folding.
Yeah, so 1 point going the way of Patrick's poker. Dangerous man in seat number 9. As I've been sitting here all day looking at Zhang Li sitting in seat number 3 and can't help but notice the watch that he's wearing. I'd love to know what brand of watch that is. The face looks like it may be an RM, but I can't see for sure. Shen opening the king-queen to 200. Hardest even, please. 10-8 suited, just going down. Shu Hao Bo. Queen Jack suited. Ooh, going to pull the trigger on a rip here. 1.8 million into the middle. Action folding around to Shen, who has a bit of a laugh and tosses the chips over. Jack 10-3, couple of spades. Pair of 10s in the lead. Zhang with an open-ender. Five diamonds not changing anything on the turn. You going to put in the call. Ace of hearts on the river, changing nothing. Saying 9 high, going to give up. I think used pair of 10s is going to be pretty happy to check and show this one down. He hasn't acted yet. Maybe he feels like his 10 may not be good. He's reaching very deep here. This does not look like a value bet size. This looks like a please fold a jack size, and the snap fold comes out. Action first on you, lay ace jack offsuit. 2.9 million is probably going to be the most chips at the table. He definitely has been getting hands to be showing that. Queens 4 times, kings twice. Pretty absurd run of cards here. Lots of folds over to Joseph Chong. Queen jack suited on the button. Just puts in the call. Let's play this pot IP, but Shen's turn. Pocket queens for him. 23 big blinds to start. As they basically just keep hopping between seats 4 and 5 at the moment. Counting out those yellow chips worth 100,000 each. Looks like a relatively small 3-bet, 650k. That is a size that you may want to see if there is not a call in the middle. But with the call in the middle, this feels very, very small. Joseph hasn't folded yet, recognizing that this is a very small size. Nothing you can do, though. Going to respect the 3-bet, and Shen takes back the lead. One question that I have, Grant, that I haven't really seen from many of the days of commentary so far is a dinner break. Is there an extended dinner break at all? I feel like all of the breaks have been 15 minutes. I haven't really seen many longer duration breaks at all.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Usually we're getting the dinner breaks, but I think last few days, the events that we have covered specifically, been quite unfortunate to just skip a lot of potential opportunities for dinner breaks just based on the structure of those specific events. But I think in the championship we will see some of the longer breaks and therefore more time chilling for us behind the scenes, because obviously we're working our socks off here in the booth trying to bring you guys, you know, professional and sensible and serious coverage.
You lay checking the 9-8 on the Jack 7-4 flop. Does have a gut shot. Not in the lead, though. Ace-King from Patrick, the best hand. I'm not quite sure what we're seeing here. Looks like a bet from Patrick and a check raise from that 9-high gut shot. Or has it just been a full pot lead on the flop? Camera angle is ever so slightly too tight, so I can't see if there are chips over the betting line in front of Patrick. That Red Dragon poker team patch there on you, lay. As the time bank chip is thrown over. Let's have that ace of hearts. As I really don't know what we're going to be seeing here. Maybe he feels like you is up to no good. And he does jam. Wow. What a rip here from Patrick with ace-king high. You caught bluffing with his muffin. Patrick's going to take a nice pot down. Well played, sir. Takes himself up to second in chips at the table.
Oh, yes. Very juicy, Mr. Demas Patrick. Very, very, very juicy muffin indeed there. And I have to say, this gentleman, not sure if it's the lighting or if I've been sipping too much coffee, but he is getting more handsome by the minute.
Well, if it keeps
15 players
jamming ace-king on boards like that, facing check raises, then goodness me, things are definitely going to start heating up in here. And I'm not talking about the poker room.
Absolutely not. And 15 players now remaining in this prestige high roller. Already well and truly into the money. And now, almost final table time. We'll be awarding those special edition hats and, of course, the champion jacket later today. And then tomorrow, we will start the streaming coverage of that championship event. That's the big one. Most people here on the circuit coming in for that specific event.
Christian going to check back, Jack 8 suited. To a flop of King 8-3, takes the lead away from Yulei's Queen High. But the Queen changing things on the turn. Lead very much back with you. Seven of diamonds confirming it, you with the check mark.
Yeah, and I like the way both gentlemen have played this hand here. Middling showdown on the turn for both. Putting it into their check-in range. Perhaps have their opponents drawing dead. Therefore, no need to bet the hand. Better to just play it as a check and maybe get some value. And harder, wisely check behind with the 8. But with this bricky 7 on the river, both gentlemen now probably think they got the best hand. Yeah, lay here. Going polar, over betting for value with the Queen.
I love this size.
And yeah, very tough spot here for Harder now. Who can blame him? The way the hand played out and that overbet polar sizing. Harder quickly talks himself into a call there. Hats off to Yulei. Showcasing once again. Knows how to play this game. WSOP bracelet winner and a boss on the Asian circuit.
Action first on Patrick, Queen 5 offsuit. Ko Chung Shun, King Jack raising to 200,000. Round to the players in the blinds because nobody else wants a piece yet. the way over to Xu Haobo. And very defendable Jack 10. Has to be a little bit worried about how short Ko is. Less than 1 million behind. Stack to pot ratio of 2 on this flop. And it comes with a king and a 10, all spades. Both of these guys connecting, but Xu in a very rough shape. You can see at the top right of the screen, just one out. Given the 10 of clubs was folded pre-flop and the flop jam comes out from Ko. He's going to ask for a count here. Not a very fun spot at all. And the fold is made. So we'll let you guys watching know that we are coming to a break in around 10 minutes time. It will be a 15-minute break and we will get brand new faces onto this table as well. Action with Joseph raising the pocket nines. Following around to Patrick. 8-6 in the big blind, not going to defend. Joseph takes out another one. Not much talking at this table. Not a very chatty bunch, unlike the Baby Dragon. Action around to Xu Haobo, Queen 4. Patrick with the 10-9 suited. I think he's going to look over and try and see how many chips Ko Chung has, and he actually does just jam on him. What is Ko Chung waking up with? Jack 10. Passes it up. Nice aggressive poker there from Patrick. As he takes himself up over 3 million.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way that Demas Patrick is navigating and playing so far. Really beautiful poker.
We saw flashes of it in the early stages of the flight of the Baby Dragon. Unfortunately, he was not able to spin a stack up to make it through to the second day, but it's fantastic to see it in full flow here in the high roller. No doubt going to be playing a lot of the other events. And should this event go very well, no doubt going to see him in tournaments in the future. I'll let you take this one, Grant. Somebody has
Alrighty,
decided
here we
that they
go.
wanted to go about jacking off at the table. This is terrible.
I don't quite understand what you mean there, Jordan, but you lay here raises with jacking off from under the gun +2, 200,000. So we're going to see how this hand develops now. We've seen a lot of the players over the last few days having the same hand and getting into a sticky situation. But maybe it's different for the bracelet winner. And yeah, shock horror. He flops top pair here, out-flopping the main event winner. So it's not like his opponent here also doesn't know how to run good. Both of these guys have a bracelet to their name. What a pleasure it is to be here doing the commentary on these guys. And if you are tuned in, thank you. As we see Cbet take it down there. Thanks for being here. Drop us a comment in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. And the more abuse, the better. If any Aussies out there do know Jordan Bromley, please expose him.
Please don't do that. You lay king queen suited. Christian 9-8 folded. Shu Haobo with queen 4 offsuit for the third time in 5 hands. Round 2 the blinds now. Nobody interested. Raise and take it by Yu Lei. Action around to Joseph Chung, pocket 7s on the button. Started this one with 2 million, good for 20 big blinds. Saying ace-8 in the small. Maybe considering a jam for 18 bigs. As he does 3-bet.
And this is very interesting here from Zhang Li. The sizing. Assumingly, he's 3-bet folding. Turning this ace-8 here into a bluff. Joseph, perfect hand here to 4-bet jam. Doesn't play well here as a call when you're so short stacked. Too many flops with overcards to the 7s. So does he want to just send it right now? Yeah, indeed he will. Realize his equity by jamming. So tough now for the ace-8 here in no man's land. Can be beaten some hands such as king queen. Flipping with hands like this, 6s and 7s. But yeah, Mr. Zhang here Looks like he's been caught red-handed. Didn't really have a plan for what was going to happen after he had 3-bet.
Yeah, it looks like he's really not having much fun with this decision.
I think last
Gonna
two
get an
tables
hold at
here.
it.
Gotta send this one into the muck.
May just be utilizing the time so that the blinds tick up, or so that a break begins. As no, it looks like he's just giving it a little bit more thought. Absolutely no rules against that. That's what the time banks are for. Patrick, king, queen suited. Takes it up to 200,000.
Yeah, it's not really fair that this good-looking guy keeps getting all the good-looking hands. King, queen suited here. 200k to go. Jordan, the way that Patrick, that look he had on his face there, just reminded me of a memory. And I have to ask you, have you ever partaken in cockfighting before?
No, I have not.
That's something that I believe every man should try at least once in his lifetime. As we see the flop here, ace 10-8. Nice board for Patrick to continue on. Lay does have some backdoors here.
We are.
But yeah, not going to be able to materialize and see them. So we are going to take a short break, guys. See you in about 15 minutes for this coverage of your high roller. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our coverage of day number 2 of the Prestige High Roller. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Grant Gardner.
Oh yes, banger.
Fresh faces at this table. Yang Peng, one of them. Couple jacks and a 10 to kick us off. Zhang Ji putting in the defend with the 5-2 suited. Yu Yu Han, though, best hand, ace-9. Takes the pot down pretty much straight away.
Yeah, and it seems like Patrick, who was on here before on our feature table, had a few people on the rail, a few fans in attendance. Apparently, he's residing in Bali. So I will also be heading back there to celebrate with you guys if he takes this one down. Just invited myself. Why not? Let's go.
Li Yong, 5.8 million, seems to be the chip leader across both tables. Shenyang close behind, 4.4. One's at 75k, 125k, so definitely getting pretty expensive. Kai Jianting, also 4.2 million. Going to just check back the 6-5 suited. Ace-8 deuce, couple of spades. 9 high still in the lead. Repeat 8 on the turn. Whoever fires first is going to take this one down. Looks like it's going to be Zhang. And a snap fold from Kai.
Yeah, so going back to what I was saying before the break, I asked you, Jordan, if you ever partaken in cockfighting, and you said you hadn't. I'm quite surprised. I feel like cockfighting is one of those activities that a man should experience at least one time in his life. It's an incredible experience. And I was fortunate enough, rather, to be invited to a few. Well, hold the phone a second, because Kai Ji and Ting here, waking up with the bullets here. He's got plenty of those 100k chips as well in front of him. 4.2 milli. Happy to open this one up here, blind v blind. Doesn't care that Lee Yong here has him covered. Doesn't care how many chips he's got when we've got the goods. And yeah, sized it nicely there, pretty chunky, but knows that the chip leader can afford it. And yeah, Yong will flop middle pair here on Queen 8-7 Rainbow. Interesting here, G and Ting getting cheeky. Action go check check. Queen of diamonds on the turn. That's an amazing card for both players here. G and Ting once again playing this one slow. Finally gets a bite. And again, playing slow. No reason to raise. Trying to keep in all of the bluffs in a range of Lee Yong. Beautiful brick on the turn. And surprised it goes check check so fast there. Some other avenues could have been taken. But still, aces there. Nice little pickup. Evening things up there with him and Lee Yong for the chip lead.
Yeah, Kai Jian Ting loving to have these chips lined up. He is sitting at 41 big blinds, current chip leader. 14 players remaining, 137 entered. This table definitely a lot deeper than the previous table we had. Wonder if we are going to have a share of coolers here. What is that chip stack that we just saw in seat 1? Did you see that, Grunt?
I missed
It's
it,
a
I'm
very
afraid, my
unique
friend.
style of stacking chips. You have to wait for it to pan back. Tens from Zenji, raising to 300k. Oh, Yang Peng jamming sevens, getting snapped off. Cards are on their backs. No help yet, and he's a 7 and a 7 only. Not to be. $19 big blinds, assuming now the shorty at this table. Nobody else really in any dire issues. Yeah, see the stacks there in seat 1?
Very interesting indeed. Got some kind of OCD color-coded issue going on there. So we'll call the floor to call in a neuro-linguistic programming therapist there. Try and consciously reprogram the perspective about the shapes and the sizes, because it's very confusing to try and count those chips. And I'm not sure if any of the other players at the table suffer from epilepsy, but if they do, be careful, because those flashing lights can be blinding.
And is this the same sweater that you were not a fan of the other day?
Yeah, it's an amazing spot once again. Eagle Eye Jordan hawking down on these guys, and yeah, it's the same magic carpet we saw fly out of here the other day. And I have to wonder and question, given the long hours he was playing before, and he's been grinding all day today, has he had time to wash that garment and also let it dry? And I think the answer is absolutely no chance. So we all know, like we said before, strike one and fool me once, shame on you. But fool me twice, strike two, shame on me. And we're there already now. So we'll be watching eyes wide open for the rest of the series to see if there is a return of the magic carpet. And I just want to try and get a little read into the opponent either side of him to see if they are potentially affected by any potential aromas that are drifting over towards them right now from the individual in question.
As we go down to our final 13, no doubt some of those stacks at the other table are going to be feeling the squeeze of the blind. 75k, 125k is not cheap. I know that most of the players at the other table were hovering between 2 and 3 million, so there's going to be a table full of 20 to 25 big blind stacks over there. I would not be surprised if we see that number in the top right drop relatively quickly with minimal eliminations from this table. Kai Jianting getting his perfectly aligned chips going again.
And every time you say that name, reminds me of a Taiwanese restaurant. Sounds very similar. It's called Din Tai Fung. And absolute banger food from there. Shout out to Din Tai Fung, DTF. Not to be confused with the abbreviation for something else.
Li Yong, Jack 7 offsuit, just going to fold. Or Chen Yang opening the ace-5. But Zhang just going to jam pocket nines. He is covered by Kai in the big blind, but not too stressed. Because this is a 30 big blind rip. It's pretty large. And in charge.
这200吧。
对，这是300。
Back over to Chen. Those interestingly stacked chips going to be sticking in their spot. No call made. Liu Yuhan's turn with pocket nines, raising to 250k. Or Zhu Ning, 2 million and deuces in the cutoff. What are we going to see here? Just a fold. Sing Shi has been very aggressive. I wonder if we're going to see something similar here from Ace-9 suited. No, just a call from the button. Kajian Ting, King 10 suited. He has been a very aggressive player when we had him on the feature earlier. I'm unsure whether or not he's going to want to be taking the aggressive route here against an under-the-gun range. Looks like the answer is yes. Back over to the pocket nines of Liu Yuhan. What is the decision going to be here? Around 24 big blinds in total in his stack. Seems very suspicious of what's going on. But given Ning is so short at the other side of the table, maybe the consideration is to just let this one go. What do you think, Grant?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me, sir. It's a really tough spot. We opened under the gun. Therefore, when they're attacking us, they look even stronger because our range is already perceived to be pretty narrow. So when you're sitting there with nines, it's very easy to convince yourself you're behind to a bigger pair. Yeah, and lovely timing there for Jian Ting. Instead of what a lot of people would have done there, just clicking the call, getting a good price, instead he squeezes and takes down a nice chunky pot there, pre-flop uncontested. And yeah, tough spot with the nines, but can't blame him. When there are shorter stacks and better spots to be had in future hands. And yeah, 13 players left now in this Prestige High Roller. It's the Chen Yang with these special chip stacks there.
Are they stacks of 1 million? Like, is that what we're going for here? It looks like it's even more than that. Like, I have no idea what's happening.
And yeah, you might be right, my friend. Potentially, it is indeed stacks of milli. That would make it a little bit more acceptable, I have to say. Even this gentleman here, stacking his chips with the blacks lined up as well. Some serious dedication there to the chip pawn game. And look at that boss, C2. Shuffling his chips like an absolute boss. Wearing his champion jacket. And his final table hat doesn't come much more swaggy than that.
Li Yong's turn with the ace queen. Starting up with 4.2 million. Looks to be a gold cube card protector. Very fancy. Comes with a raise to 250,000. Nobody wants a piece. Takes it down.
Attention dealers in the championship event. Complete the hand that you're on and deal 4 more hands. 4 more hands. Once you complete the 4 hands, day 1A will be officially over. Once again, 4 more hands. After you 4 more hands after your third hand, and day 1A will be officially over.
Chen Yang's queen 5. On the button.
And also, as a reminder to the players, this tournament is a best stack forward format.
Puts in the raise to 250.
If you're comfortable with the stack that you're packing today, you can
No, puts in the call.
once again pick your best stack for the balance.
As it turns out, I've got it totally backwards. The queen 5 is in the small blind. Yu Han is the one limping on the button with queen 10. Ace 7 deuce, queen high still the best hand. It's going to bet as so. Very quick fold from natural 9 onto the next.
Yeah, I feel pretty offended that you got it mixed up there. I'll let you off once again, Jordan. I will forgive you once more.
Thanks, man.
You know, we're all human. We all make mistakes. And at least you know exactly the stats and what tournament this is, how many players were paid, and all the rest of it. Is me, myself, not a clue. But still, I'm here. And I am trying to save my energy right now for the final table that we're ever so close to. And once we do reach there, expect the energy to pick up somewhat, and the action also. Right now, things a little bit slow here. Players on the nittier side of things. All right, we do have our next all in, but I don't think we're going to see any more cards. The champ making his move, but Jinting, ace-3 suited. A nice hand in some situations, but this is not one of them. Yeah, wisely lets it go, gets out of there.
Just 1/10 of the field remaining, 13 of the 137 that entered. 181 million Korean won for the winner. Shengji with a small blind limp. Kai Jianting dominated by way of suit. Looks like he actually wants to increase the price. Takes it north of 425. Very easy decision for Shenji. 975 in the middle. Queen 10 against the 9-4. And Zheng maintains his lead on a 10 high flop. Kai just 7% to win this one. He is the one doing the betting, though. That looks like a pretty substantial size as well. 650K. No messing about here. Shenji with a very easy continue, though, I would think. Top pair not going to be going anywhere in a hurry. I also don't think you want to be increasing the wager. Kai's definitely capable of having some bluffs, so calling is definitely the way to go, and that is what he will do. 2.275 in the middle. Turn card is a 4, so Kai turning a piece of this board. Check from Zheng. What will Kai do now? Looks like that pair is going to be good enough for him to check. Ace of clubs on the river. Zheng potentially going to try and reach out and take some value here. But he obviously is going to be a little bit nervous about that rivet ace. Does check. And Kai, at this point, probably realizing that a 4 is not going to win this pot very often. Is there a size that a 10 would fold to? No. Just gives it up. And Zheng is going to take the chip lead with that pot. To 44 big blinds. Zhu Ning still our shorty, 18 bigs. Shout out to a couple of people in the YouTube chat. Garrison cheering on Patrick. Likewise, Norbert. Action folding around to Li Yong in the big blind. Jack 7 offsuit. Dominated by the Queen Jack of Yu Yuhan. Doesn't even want to play. Lets it go as things have definitely slowed down a bit. Not much going on in the way of action here. Tuning opening King 9, getting 3-bet by Zheng Ji. Almost like he knows exactly what he's up to.
Yeah, naughty boy getting his hand caught in the cookie jar there. Opening a little bit too wide. Fair enough if it's suited, but offsuit under the gun. Okay, we are only 6-handed at this table, but still. With that stack depth, just over 20 big blinds. I think you need to preserve every big blind you've got at this point. We are approaching FT. Another player lost on the outer table as well, so we're down to 12. But yeah, who am I to judge these guys? Some absolute end bosses today, especially on this feature table in previous levels. It's been a pleasure, hasn't it, my friend Jordan?
Almost definitely. As it's no doubt a pleasure for Kai to be able to look down at aces. A7 for Li Yong in the cutoff. This would be a bad time to come up with some bad ideas, and it looks like that might be what he has in mind. Yep, 3-bet comes out to 650. And he is going to see the bad news real quick. 750 even. Back over to Kai.
Yeah, it would be so beautiful if we could see a flat here. It would be so cheeky.
Asking if the chips to the other side of those cards are in fact his as well. So these guys sitting with a touch over 30 blinds. Do you think a flat is the way to go here, Grant?
I think if you could see the cards right now, of course, it'd be just calling this one and playing it slow. But given the stack depths, it's not inconceivable to flat here. But these days, you just don't normally see it. The meta game these days is not to slow play in this spot because you don't really have that many hands that would want to do that apart from very strong ones. Therefore, the meta now becomes clicking it back. And therefore, we do see G and Ting up with the trends here, clicks it back. Can still have some bluffs in his range here at this point.
This would be a bad time for Lee Yong to have some really dangerous ideas. He's going to use a time bank, looking back over at his stack. The 3-bet was enough. Don't know whether or not the 5-bet jam is going to work out when he chooses this size, but definitely considering what to do. No, the cards do go in. 6.5 million now for Kai. Very, very comfortable. Plenty more chips to now align. Kai Jianting really spicing things up off the back of that pot. 9-8 offsuit under the gun. Yu Han just going to put in the call with 9s in the cutoff. Zheng Ji defending Queen 6. Let's go 3-way. That's about as good a flop as Kai could have hoped for to try and win this one. Open ender. An ace-high board that definitely favors his range. Looks like he's going to fire out for a 550. Half pot goes in. His 9's going to go down. Likewise, Queen 6. Wow, chip leader. Very aggressive and very calculated in his decisions, and it's working out for him so far. Young opening under the gun. Kai, Jack 7 offsuit. Don't expect to see any folds from him in his blinds. And that is the case here. King 9-6 is all Li Yong, though. $200K C-bet. Can't imagine Kai is going to want to stick around. Very loosely wrapped around the 9, so if it was going to continue, I think it would be with check raise, but instead just lets it go.
这个级别就差不多要给出胜负。能打到 FD 方握的级别，能打到10个，不合作吧？应该不会。10人合作，10人肯定不合的，应该不合。对啊。哦，对，这8人数，是8人数。国内的 FD 不是说的中属，是科学性质。
Kai with the ace queen, facing an all-in from Zhu. As the blinds have ticked up to 75K and 150K. He's going to put in the call. Gut shot for the ace-6, adding some outs. Repeat 3, adding far more outs. River card is a queen, however, and Zhu Ning has been eliminated in 12th position. GG's in the chat.
Yeah. GG, sir. Very unfortunate. Nice run, but no final table. Therefore, not another final table limited edition hat. Already got one of those, though. Saw him flexing it right there, as well as his champion jacket, but he's not going to be a champion today. And just like that, one step closer to our final table here in the Prestige High Roller.
Li Yuhan finding a very, very aggressive jam here. Obviously thinking that Kai Jianting is going to be opening far too many hands, and I think 10-5 offsuit probably qualifies as far too many. Taking full advantage and getting the jam through. Taking a look at the chip counts of these 5 players. 57 for Kai Jianting. Liu Yuhan and Chen Yang both equal short. 21 big blinds each. King 10 for Liu Yuhan. Facing the 300k raise from Li Yong. Looks like the all-in is announced. Going to get back over to Li Yong. Let's it go. Nobody wants a piece. As it gets ever closer to midnight local time. Zhengxi going to attempt a limp. Kaishan Tan though up to 8.6 million. Don't know whether or not he's going to let that happen. No, does reach. Raising to 450. Down goes the Jack 3. So 9.1 now. As I will say, Grant, that there is 41.1 million chips in play, and 9 million of them are with Kai, so it's got almost a quarter of the chips with 11 left. Definitely going to be a bit of a force to be reckoned with. Young with the ace king. Shinji waiting for the action and sees the jam. 3.1 million. 20 big blinds into the middle. Doesn't like it very much. That does let it go. Chen Yang, ace-5. Kai Jiantang. Queen deuce offsuit. Going to get a look at these stacks to see how much pressure he can apply. Looks like just a min raise is the amount to 300k. King 7-4, couple of diamonds. Pretty big flop for 8-5 of diamonds. Gutter and a flush draw, 16 outs. Kai's queen high, still the best for now though. Looks like he starts off with one big blind. Time bank from Liu used. Wonder if he is going to bring a check raise along for the ride here. Looks like he will. Looks like it's going up to 500. No, 600. Slightly larger. Kai just going to let go of the queen high. Down to 11 at the top right, but that announcement in the background leads me to believe that we could be on the final table bubble. May have been an elimination and hands may be slowing down. Kai again opening a wide range King 8. Over to Lee though. Touch under 34 bigs, ace queen offsuit. Has been jammed. It was action folding back over to Kai, who very quickly lets it go. As I was thinking that it was the ace queen that was getting folded then, but it was actually Liu, not Lee.
什么？同步吗？先不同步。 咱的9个人的合作吗？
Kai ace 5. Opening to 300. Nobody with anything so far. Zheng with a dominated suit. Probably feels like his hand is good enough to defend. So in it goes, and a couple of spades is dangerous. Looks like Zheng is going to lead on the 10 of spades turn. Flush over flush. Things just keep getting better and better for Kai Jianting. Turning the nut flush. And Zheng Ji is in deep trouble. Not wasting any time. The raise is being reached for. And in it goes up to 750. Zenji reaching, puts in the call. Jack of diamonds on the river, a total brick. 2.3 million out there. How large is Kai going to go on this river? What would he do with the ace of spades only? Looks over at the stack. Stack to pot ratio of roughly 1.5. If he had the ace of spades, would he just jam at this river? Seems a bit monstrous of a size, but would that look like the bluffiest line to take? Reaches for those yellows with 100,000 each. Looks like he puts in around 1 million. This is the final table bubble, so Sheng doesn't like it. 1.2 million. Puts in the call, and the nut flush is going to win a gigantic pot. Up to 11 million now. Well over 1/4 of the chips in play. Getting a look at the counts. Kai, 71 bigs. Zheng and Chen both with 16. Final table bubble. 10 remaining from a field of 137. 181 million Korean won for the winner in this. Kai is absolutely cruising. Queen Jack here, raising to 300. No doubt a little bit nervous about raising into Kai's big blind. Just a mountain of chips there. King 9. Maybe considering whether or not you could put some aggression into the fold. No, just decides on a call. And it looks like cheers all around, which can only mean one thing. Final table time.
Ooh la la. Here we go, my friend.
Get through this hand first of all, though. Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Ace of clubs on the river. And Liu Yuhan is going to show it down and win. And with that, we are going to be at our final table, guys. So we are going to get things sorted. We're going to take a short break for about 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll be back with the final table of the Red Dragon Poker Tour's Prestige High Roller. Back before you know it.
What a time
Welcome
to
back,
be
ladies and
alive.
Sorry, Grant. I think we might need to work on that. Welcome back, guys. Final table time of the Prestige High Roller here at Red Dragon Poker Tour at Landing Casino in Jeju. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined as always by the lovely and loving times to be alive, Grant Gardner. How you going, Grant? You still with us? You're not getting a little bit too sleepy. It is late in the evening. It's around 12:30 in the AM local time.
What a time to be alive, my friend. I've perked right up here. You know, it's a glorious day. It is the final table, the Prestige High Roller. Absolutely buzzing, bouncing off the walls. And yeah, better that you do interrupt me rather than you don't, because sometimes it saves me, you know. I need that more often.
From the looks of things, it looks like Kai Jianting is our chip leader. Shen Zijin is close behind. So no doubt those guys are going to be battling quite hard to try and take this one out. Looks like Kai with the King 10 offsuit is going to want to get things started for us here. There are a few stacks hovering around that 2 to 4 million mark, so definitely some shorties around that are going to have to try and find a spin. So keep an eye out on some triangles being requested, as Chen Yang is one of those players. Queen 9 of Diamonds going to be defending. And well, that has pretty much been the story of the day for Kai Jianting, flopping a straight here. And Chen is going to have to call at least one bet, given he's connected with middle pair and a backdoor flush draw. Kai firing out 425,000, roughly half pot.
It's just not fair. Main event winner last year, 2025 now, and he's still running absolutely insane. Kai Jianting here, flopping the absolute nizzes. Does get check called by Chen. If we see an offsuit 9 on the turn here, this is going to be potentially game over.
Instead, it is the deuce of diamonds, which is dangerous in itself. Chen picking up a flush draw, but we can see that a lot of the outs are no longer available. Only 5 of them remain. Exactly a pot-sized bet behind. What is Kai going to do? Looks like he's not going to request all of it. He requests 1 million. And this is a very gross spot for middle pair and a flush draw. All of the time banks thrown in. No doubt very uncomfortable. Going to need to think this one through. Even his display picture on the left looks uncomfortable. Looks like he's going to double clutch the chips into the middle, and he's going to get very quickly snapped off. 17%. Needing to find one of 5 remaining diamonds, or we will have our first bust out on this final table. Instead, it's 4 of clubs.
我也是 K 10，这把我进来就搞笑了，2个西奥打起来，都打光了。
太勇了吧！错一个还有命呢。
So GG's in the chat, and we are down to 8 players. Chen Yang, our first eliminated player. He's going to be taking home 16,950,000 Korean won. So still going to walk away with a little bit of a payday, but definitely not going to be too happy with that outcome. Bit of a sick and twisted way to go. Turning the flush draw against the flop nuts. Ace Queen for how about who? Oh, but Ace Jack for Kai. Going to be getting involved once again, I would think. $13 million is almost a third of the chips in play. It looks like he's just going to put in the call. Action folding it back around to Lee Yong. Ace King offsuit in the big blind. What on earth is happening? These guys waking up with monsters left, right, and center. And Lee Yong with a big opportunity to win a nice pot here. Does just rip it in. And funnily enough, I think Kai may actually get away from this relatively unscathed. Xu Hao Bao is going to be a little bit worried about this jam, but I don't think he can be folding Ace-Queen suited. Exact count is exactly 4 million. So this is a 25 big blind rib. Gets the look back at the Ace-Queen and really hates his life. Head in hands. Looks like he's going between folding and grabbing chips. Doesn't know which way to go. We can see that folding would be the far superior option, but actually being there and watching it from afar are two very different things. Look back up at the clock. Wonder which way he is going to go with this one. Does have a number of those time banks, so plenty of opportunity to think this through. does have to worry about Kai behind, but I think that when he just calls pre, his hand is pretty face up. Eventually he lets it go. Likewise, the ace-jack goes down as well. This looks like the floor has come over to lay the law down. Not sure exactly what's going on. Maybe just ensuring that everybody's putting their cards in the right places for the RFID reader. As Shen Zejin has so much room over that other side, and these guys seem pretty cramped, so probably just going to move some people over, actually. Ko Chung Chun, pocket sixes. Raising to 300k. Shen Zejin has been quiet since this table began. Looks like he's not going to be quiet any longer, reaching for a 3-bet in the vicinity of 850k. In fact, 825. Folding back over to Ko Chung. Jack 7-5 as the sixes does make the call. Shen in very good shape here. Shen going to c-bet and take it down. Threes for Kai, raising to 300. Shu Haobao. Queen 10 flicks in the call. 1.4 million behind. 825 in there. Queen high is nice. King and a queen. Only 2 outs for Kai. Starts off with a C-bet at 200K. In goes the call. Turn card is the 8 of clubs. Oh, but an ace on the river could make life a little bit difficult for Haobao. Should Kai choose to take an aggressive line here, it would really make his life a bit of a living hell. Kai probably realizing that a pair of 3s is not the best hand, but a jam could get a fold from a queen. And the all-in is requested. Wow. Very aggressive, solid poker from the chip leader. Puts Haobao to the sword. Haobao looking back at his hand. Does block Jack 10 and has a club, making it a little bit less likely that his opponent could have a flush or a straight. Going to utilize these time bank chips. Stacks up his stack. And puts in the call. Nice call. Big double there for Haobao Shu. And a little misstep there from the chip leader, but still well out and in control with 11 million. Some of them are going to be going to the player on his direct right, though. Action folding to Li Yong in the cutoff. Probably a little bit trepidatious raising into Kai Jian Tang with how aggressive he's being. Shang deciding to rip. Haobao Shu, King 5 not interested. Kai, Queen 9 offsuit, probably going to be doing a similar thing here. The jam is for 10 bigs as the blinds have ticked up to 100k, 200k with the 200k big blind ante. So he's going to think about this for a little bit. May feel like this queen that's this connected may be a little bit closer than it initially looks. You have to be careful starting to make calls off like this. Just letting the chips fly. Before you know it, there won't be many shorties left if you double everybody up. Shane going to take that one down. King Jack for Li Yong, raising to 425. Kai, though, waking up with a monster yet again. Keep the camera on him at this point. Ace-King offsuit. Announces raise. Back over to Li Yong, very quickly folding. Kai adding some chips back up. Sevens for you, Yuhan. Expect to see a raise here, and up it goes to 400. Folding around to the chip leader. Queen Jack offsuit. Not deciding to come along, just folds. Couple of 9s and a 10. Gut shot for the Queen 8. Checks it over. Sevens still best for now. $300K is the wager. Cone not going to come with the gut shot. Just lets it go. Pot going to Liu. Shen Zizhen just going to continue being a little bit quiet. Li Yong not going to be, though. Pocket 10s. Continuing to have the two different chip stacks to work from. Shu Hao Bo. Pocket 3s for 18 blinds. Just let's go of it. Would have had one out. This Kai folding a 3. Ooh, pocket aces. New Lay is going to have the opportunity to get the full double here. I don't think 10s are going to be folding for any amount. He's going to get a look at the clock to see what the blind is at right now and what the payout is, but I think with less than 10 big blinds, you don't want to be tricky. You just want to request the triangle, and in the chips go.
Yeah, would have been, I think, way too suspicious if you lay would have decided to flat there. So instead, going to play this one fast. And I think 10s, as you said, Jordan, priced in, has to call off here. You lay in an amazing spot here to get the full double.
We've seen some sickness involving aces so far today. Are we going to see it again? Yulei hoping that won't be the case. Let's see all 5 of these cards here. As the percentage is down to 13 for the 10s, so looks like one has already been folded. Yeah, just the 10 of hearts remaining. So you in a very, very good spot to find a full double. Back up to 20 big blinds. 3 of spades safe as well. The river bricks with the 4 of clubs. Full double for Yulei with the aces to 4.1 million. And the Yong slipping down to 2.8.
Yeah, nice and clean for our bracelet winner. Still in the hunt here for the Prestige High Roller Trophy. Still stuck in the past as yesterday. Baby Dragon, of course. We had our champion there, Mr. Hu Chao from China. Congrats on that performance. Absolute domination, my friend. But you lie here. He's edging ever closer to that dragon right there on your screen.
Still 8 players in this final table. We had to bust out pretty quickly. We've had a lot of hands, a lot of varying strengths showing up, but nobody else has been set to the payout desk as of yet. As I say that, Howbo with 4s and 17.5 bigs, no, decides to fold. Kai with the king deuce. Probably getting a lay of the land, seeing how many chips everybody has. Over to Ko Chung Chuen, 9-8 suited.
Excuse me, Jordan. I'll be back in around 5 minutes, feeling fired up, gaffed up, ready to be here. My energy right now seems to be crashing somewhat, so we need to fix that. I'll be back with you shortly, my friend.
No dramas, Grant. See you in a moment. So it looks like Ko has put in the call with 9-8 off of his 11 big blind stack. Putting in roughly 20% of his chips here. Shen Jizhen going to come along with the king queen, and well, he obviously knew there was a reason he should be putting the chips in, finding top pair. 1.5 million in the middle. He's got 1.8 behind. Are we going to see a bit of a non-standard stop and go? And in does go the triangle. And he's in a great spot because these guys blocking each other's outs. Kai may think that this is a flush draw trying to gamble. Here's a time bank because this is a very weird spot, but no. Fold made pretty quickly. Nice spot there for Ko Chung.